Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's top negotiator insists the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the US meets its demands. The cousin of Syria's ousted leader is sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. And the World Health Organization holds an emergency meeting in the Democratic Republic of Congo as the Ebola outbreak is declared its deadliest ever. Iran's top negotiator has said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the United States meets Tehran's demands. Meanwhile, President Trump has repeated it's open and that the U.S. is not seeking an interim deal with Iran. Take a listen.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
Why might you do that?
We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having mines hit their billion-dollar ships, you know, et cetera. But the blockade has been very effective. And, you know, we're taking out, and now maybe that will stop, or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open. And the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing. Iran is in big trouble. They have 300% inflation. The country's a mess, and the military is totally defeated.
For more on this, I'm joined by Camelia Enteka-Byford, Editor-in-Chief of Independent Persian. As always, Camelia, great to have you on the show. We just heard from President Donald Trump there, but Iran says it will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until the US lifts the blockade, sanctions and unfreezes Iran's assets. Will Washington ever agree to such maximalist demands, do you think?
Thank you very much for hosting me, dearest Leigh Ann, and greetings to your viewers. The answer is the price Iranians were asking President Trump to pay to finish this blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is too costly and too embarrassing for President Trump to admit it and deliver. Iranians were asking the ends of the siege on Iranian ports, lifting up whole sanctions on Iran, and unfreezing Iranian assets, and an absolute an end to any military exercises or threats against Iran. There are so much to ask, and maybe step by step both sides can deliver some to each other, which I am optimistic at this part, such as if United States agrees to, in some degree, some of the sanctions, like the immediate important one, which it can give Iranian people some relief, such as like the medicines can imported to Iran, or some essential goods can imported to Iran to be lifted, and also some of the frozen assets of Iran. And then Iran open a Strait of Hormuz, and they take necessity verification to make sure the Strait of Hormuz is open, then step by step to enter to the further discussion or wider agreement on different levels.
And the UAE has issued a rare missile warning after months without a major alert. There's no real war at the moment, but there's also no real peace either. How long can the Middle East continue in a state of uncertainty and tension?
As you know, I am in Dubai, in United Arab Emirates, and I have received this warning message also on my phone. For the first time, I felt what people in the region are feeling, because during the war, I was in the United States. And I can feel like everyone said how tense they are, how uncertain they are, and how much they are hating the continuation of this war. This is nothing about the regime in Tehran. This is about sustaining sustainable peace in the region and ordinary people can have an ordinary life. I'm not seeing the region. We're supporting President Trump's plan for reopening this confrontation with Tehran. And I'm not seeing this appetite. In Iran is also telling us Iranian people supporting the regime. No longer the region can support that. And President Trump also making the regional countries having fear of him too. For example, yesterday he was threatening Oman for a bombardment if they reach a deal with Tehran without Americans being involved. We know that for how long Oman was acting as a mediator between Iran and the U.S. and its presence between Iran and the U.S. is so essential for everyone. And such an act, such a behavior of President Trump, it's even making the regional countries to feel like, okay, there has been abandoned and they have to deal themselves with Tehran in order to reach the peace for their nationals.
And the US is threatening tougher, bone-crushing sanctions on Iran. We've heard this from the Trump administration. How much more economic pressure can Iran realistically take at this point, do you think?
Already the economy in Iran is under enormous pressure. The inflation is beyond, even I can explain to you, is like a maximum pressure on all of the Iranians. But still, I'm seeing there is some room for this system because over than 47 years, they developed lots of back channels to U-turn the sanctions, to use the banking system, to use some of the exporter of their illegal oils. But the continuation of the siege on Iranian ports makes these back channels using much harder for the regime. Yes, in some certain degree, they can still resist, but now it would be much costlier for them because Trump not only putting sanctions on the Iranian and Iranian banking system, also any other networking, any other shippings, any other refinery companies working with Tehran. And their limit would be so limited. And that's why we were saying how desperately even they are openly saying they may even take the first step to opening this confrontation with the U.S. rather than to wait American comes to them. We are in a very fragile state, and if there would be no mediator between Iran and the U.S., this economical sanction would be another reason for the regime to seek a wilder action from their side.
And Iran's foreign minister has said the US is begging for talks on their terms. Donald Trump says they're not talking at all to each other and there's no talk scheduled. So right now it looks like we're in a stalemate. What do you think are the next steps in order to bring the sides back together to the negotiating table?
President Trump is unexpected person, has always different position. He says something today, but maybe even less than 24 hours, seeing him saying he is negotiating with Iranians. For example, everyone, also Iranian government, surprised when Trump said he has been in touch with the high-ranking Revolutionary Guards to make sure the previous 60 days agreement between Tehran and Washington accepted by the Revolutionary Guards. Of course, the system in Iran, they deny the allegation, but the Kurdish people who act as a mediator, they were confirmed. So when President Trump can have such a back channel open and negotiate with the regimes, we wouldn't be surprised to hearing from him that there is another kind of discussions with the system. The fact is here, each party try to push the other side to admit a concession. Of course, Iran cannot push America for the concession, but still they are thinking the economical pressure on Americans and also to the Gulf allies, it may make Trump to at least ease some of those sanctions. They give Iran sanction relief and both sides back to the negotiation tables. Still, I'm seeing the chances the diplomatic chances open unless something unknown happened at this very short time of 24 to 48 hours between Iran and the US. Otherwise, diplomacy has a chances between the two countries.
And just one final thought from you. President Trump has actually posted a map today on his Truth Social showing the US owning the Strait of Hormuz. This, of course, had a backlash from Iran, with them responding, saying President Trump's delusional. I mean, what do you make of that?
I think it's a joke, and we shouldn't take this seriously. President Trump made this with the other countries, other nations too. And it's not only the Iranian regime reacted, even have a look at the social media to see how ordinary Iranian disappointed. And this is not the fact when two countries or two nations confronting each other, they can call the territory of other one claim and then feel like it's okay even for the superpowers. That even makes more solidarity with the system rather than standing with President Trump claim. Everyone, not only Iranians, but I guess most of the regional people too at this region, they didn't feel like what President Trump says is helping at the middle of this part. But mainly President Trump was psychologically irritate the other side of this business, which means the Islamic Republic, rather than that, I'm not seeing anything to could say he's serious about his claim.
Camelia, thank you so much for joining us, as always. Let's continue this conversation now with former Trump state campaign chair, Rob Artlett, who does join us from Delaware. Rob, it's always great to have you on the show. I want to pick up a little bit on what Camelia was talking about. I wanted to get your thoughts on President Trump's post on Truth Social, a map showing the US owning the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has called them delusional. I mean, is it a bit of a joke, like Camelia said?
Well, first off, it's always an honor and a pleasure to be with you and your audience. And thank you, of course, for the opportunity. You know, Trump is Trump. And I guess what I mean by that, he certainly says things to get attention. And I think he does that as a strategy, because he's done that his entire, well, probably life, especially as a businessman. And certainly that's carried into the politics. But, you know, he does things for a purpose and for a reason. I say that because it definitely gets attention. He said the same thing about Gaza, if you recall. You know, I remember last year talking about some segments about the U.S. Controlling Gaza. And that perhaps being a U.S. territory. So no different than Guam or Puerto Rico or other areas around the world. So at the end of the day, Trump is an attention getter. He likes that. I think he believes it's very effective. In this particular case, is it even lawful or legal? I don't even know the answer to that very question. But I will say this, is that Trump cares about his legacy. Most importantly, I think he absolutely cares about his legacy. He wants and won't stop until he gets a peace deal. We all have to understand Trump as a man. He cares about himself. He cares about his legacy. He wants to be known as a legacy of being the president of peace and prosperity. This includes, of course, the war that we are currently with the regime in Iran. So President Trump is going to do whatever it takes to achieve that goal. What extremes are going to, you know, does he have to completely obliterate U.S. military going in and completely obliterate the regime and all of their infrastructure? That's an option. He's mentioned that many times. He's willing to do whatever it takes. But at the same time, he does desire a path of diplomacy. He desires a path of peace. And at the same time, the regime appears to not really want that. I say that because of the MOU, you know, various examples over these last, well, since the end of February. And I think they just are stalling. So I agree with your statement.
But Rob, it's quite interesting, because you say you feel Iran is stalling and they don't really want that. But then the rhetoric we're getting out of President Donald Trump, you might think it is attention-seeking, but he's once again threatened to bomb Oman if it gets in the way of a deal with Iran. And that's interesting, because he also says no talks are happening with Tehran. Iran is, of course, a mediator. Why is Donald Trump being so provocative if he's desperate to get a diplomatic deal or look for an off-ramp?
Well, I think because it gets back down to the statement of you achieve peace by showing strength. He believes that. And I think that's what he's doing when he makes comments like that. Would he actually go in there and bomb Oman? Probably not. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he's just trying to get their attention. He wants them on his side, majority. Yes, they're mediating. Yes, they're trying to work a deal, of course, with Tehran on the Strait. But at the end of the day, President Trump wants what he wants. I think he's very frustrated because it's this war of weeks has turned into a war of months with no ending in sight. And I think that's very problematic here back at home in America with elections coming up in November. But Trump cares mostly about his legacy. Don't forget that, ever. He cares about his reputation. He says that he may not, but he really does. He cares and he wants that legacy of peace. How you achieve it and how you get there is messy. And I think that's kind of where we are today. It's messy. You take 2 steps forward, and sometimes you're taking 3 steps back, versus just 1 step back. And at the end of the day, I don't know how this is going to end because I think nobody knows at this point in time how we're going to achieve this goal. But I think it's a waiting game. Tehran believes that they have leverage because of the midterm elections come November. They think that matters to President Trump and those back at home. At the same time, President Trump is using economic leverage, massive economic leverage, to basically dissolve, if you would, their economy and force them back to the negotiating table.
And
sides have tactics.
And Rob, that's a good point, because we were speaking to our guest just before you, Camelia, and it is important to remember that Iran has evaded sanctions for decades, so they still have means in place, but economically they are, of course, suffering. But Iran's foreign minister says Israel is the biggest obstacle to a ceasefire deal with the US. Is there growing tension between Trump's goal of ending this war and his legacy, as you say, and Israel's military objectives in both Gaza and Lebanon?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is tension there. And I believe it continues to grow, as we both know. There are discussions, at least it was yesterday, I'm not sure if they're continuing today, of course, with Benjamin Netanyahu and Kushner, as we all know. So, I mean, there are tensions. And President Trump does desire peace first, or diplomatic conversations first, military less. He's willing to use it, but he does desire that. At the same time, I think Benjamin Netanyahu believes it's the opposite. He thinks you can achieve peace by mostly by military and lesser of diplomatic efforts. So they are reversed as far as their method. I think they both want the same thing, but they have different methods on how they can achieve the goal. President Trump wants diplomatic as a priority, not military. Again, strength through peace. Our strength through power, if you would. So it's very fascinating to see this ongoing, but President Trump cares about his legacy, and he cares about that most. No, don't forget that. I think sometimes people forget that about Trump, but he cares about that the most. Therefore, he's willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goal.
And I think that's a good point for us to remember, is Trump does care about his legacy. And I'll always keep that in mind, actually, because it's a good point. But Rob, how concerned should Washington be about this latest missile threat to the UAE, particularly given the presence of US forces and, of course, military assets in the Gulf region?
Well, I think some people won't appreciate that comment, but I think you have to take the comment for what it's worth. And that's a public comment. There certainly are conversations and discussions and negotiations happening behind closed doors and under that radar. And maybe that's a strategy. Maybe Oman told them to say that. I mean, who knows really what's the truth? And I'm putting on my intelligence hat. If you recall, of course, I'm a former U.S. Navy military intelligence specialist. So I put on that hat. There are games. There are optics. There are public opinions or public views that people want, that Trump and others want the public to hear and see. And then there's the reality, what's going on behind the scenes. So they always do not match with one another. Sometimes they're very different, from what's public versus what's private. So, but I would just, again, my summary here is really quite simple. President Trump is a man of action. He cares about his legacy, and that is his number one priority, I believe, is achieving that goal, whatever it takes.
And just one final thing, if I can. We're getting a breaking news line, and the UAE's Defense Ministry said it detected 2 ballistic missiles launched from Iran. So we're getting those alerts through now. How concerning is this for US bases and the region, wider region?
Well, it's very concerning. Of course, there's many U.S. military personnel and bases and assets in the region, on land and in the water and up in the air. It continues to be problematic because what Americans do not want is more military death. And I think President Trump also does not want that. So yes, it continues to be problematic, but let's just, the reality is, to President Trump's point, the regime has very little military capabilities, very, very little. And so yes, they continue to disrupt. Yes, they continue to try to have leverage and try to continue to be a player throughout the region as best as they possibly can by drones and missiles. But again, they have very limited capabilities. They could never beat America or our allies. Well, I would say a U.S. militarily speaking. That's not possible. But they are doing things through other avenues, again, through disruptions. And I think political. I think this is all a political game, the political ploy, I should say, from the regime trying to impact President Trump back here at home, come with the November elections. And again, let's not forget, should the Democrats control Congress with the elections in November, and when they take office in January, on day one, it was my opinion, I've shared this with you before, that President Trump would be impeached for the 3rd time. And he knows that, but at the same time, I don't think he ultimately cares about that. He cares mostly about his legacy.
Rob Bartlett, as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you.
My pleasure.
A criminal court in Syria has sentenced the cousin of ousted leader Bashar al-Assad to death after convicting him of crimes against humanity. The court found Wissam al-Assad guilty of taking part in the killing and torture of civilians. Bashar al-Assad was also sentenced to death in absentia about a week ago. For more on this, I'm joined by Bassam Barabandi, Syrian ambassador and consulate with the Center for Global Policy. Bassam, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. How significant is the death sentence against Wissam al-Assad for Syria's efforts to hold members of the Assad government accountable?
Thank you for having me. It's very significant for many different reasons. Number one, it shows that the old Syria chapter has been closed. Now we are in a new chapter where we have a court system, where we have evidence. So it's more institutions process, and that's very important. Second thing, that this person, he deserved what he got because he was murdered, he was convicted, not because of his relative to that person, to the Assad family, rather than because of his act. And Syria deserves accountability. Accountability is a very important part of Syrian stability for the coming days and weeks. So from that angle, I think it is very important and significant for domestic Syrian as a people who deserves the accountability, and for the Syrian institution itself.
And the ruling comes days after former leader Bashar al-Assad was also sentenced to death, and that was in absentia, at a time when Syria is still building its justice system. Do you think this is genuine justice, or could it actually be seen as revenge?
Look, it's a very important question, as it's very critical questions. Revenge is more about political motivation and for certain groups. And justice is conducted by evidence. And here where the differentiate between the revenge and the justice. I believe so far the Syrian new government, they are trying to build institutions, they try to build court orders, trying to get the help from the EU, from other countries, to empower that process, to empower that system, to avoid the revenge, to go to say, this is murder, this is a criminal by the evidence. So Assad was sentenced to death not because he lost the war, rather than because under his command, Syria was destroyed. He ordered destroying Syria torturing Syrian people, and so on and so forth, that all the facts that we know. So the distinction is very important. I think the government and the people are aware that the people are looking for justice, not to revenge. And again, the court system should approve that and need to be empowered and protected.
And could these death sentences strengthen the new Syrian government's international legitimacy, or will concerns over due process and the use of the death penalty undermine their international standing?
I mean, we have to differentiate between the court system and the death penalties. The number one, having the court itself, I think is proof to the world that Syria is moving from civil war, from one-man show to more institution process led by the courts. By independent court, there's judges, there's evidence, and so on and so forth. The more we have that system empowered, the more we have that system matching international standards, I think that the more Syria will be on the right way, right path for legitimacy. So the partners, the other countries of the world, they look into Syria as country deserve to be held, deserve to be given a chance. They are trying to avoid the civil war, that the reason for our causes for civil war that we have, the revolution and so on. So from that, building the justice system, I think that they give the government legitimacy. Death penalties, I know most of the Western country, NGOs, they have issue with that. I think it should be dealt separately, but I don't think it affects the legitimacy of Syrian people or the Syrian court and that things.
And Bassam, can we just turn our focus to the latest on the Israeli airstrikes in northwestern Syria? The US has called the attacks an unnecessary escalation. How significant is this criticism from Washington?
It is very, 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 very important because this is the first time we can see there's not alignment between the statement of the United States and Israel. So Tom Burges, the ambassador to Turkey and a voice for Syria, he said this unnecessarily ask or act, which means it's not that has a real value or real act of Israel to do urgently. It shows that it has been mobilized or incentivized by some different reasons rather than there's something serious happening on the ground. And that will lead us to other part where how United States look into Syria. I think they want United States wants Syria to be stable, to be part of regional stability in the region, positive player. And from that statement, we can see that Israel doesn't fit doesn't agree of how the United States look into Syria.
And why is Israel targeting this airbase now? And what message is it trying to send to the new Syrian government? Why are we seeing these actions from Israel?
I mean, look, today all the news were talking about it, and I think there's so many different reasons. I don't think there's one specific reason. We have domestic issue for the election in Israel. Netanyahu want to say, I'm the guy who protect Israel. I think there's the tension between Turkey and Israel is very clear. They are sending message to Turkey to say, you have a limit in Syria, military limit. I think they are sending message to Syrian government as well to say you cannot build a new army. So I think it's collective from everything. I more lean to say it's more domestic issues. Syria shows all the goodwill toward Israel. They have been negotiating with Israeli at least 4 or 5 times to have a peace treaty or deconflicting treaty between Syria and Israel. The Syrian government, it was on high level, and they showed the Israeli all the goodwill that we want to have kind of deconflicting mechanism between Syria and Israel to have stability. We want to build our land, our infrastructure, and we don't have time or luxury to have a war, and we don't need it. So from that angle, I don't see the Syrians are looking literally to comfort Israeli or to obtain defense equipment to challenge Israel. I think our priority, electricity, water, education, health sector, and so on and so forth. It's more about domestic issues or elections and the relation between Turkey and Israel rather than it's about Syria itself.
Bassam, it was great to have you on. Thank you for your analysis and for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
The Emergency Committee for the World Health Organization has held a meeting on the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It comes just a day after it officially became the deadliest outbreak in the country's history. Arabiya journalist Wandi Ntengento has this report.
This Ebola outbreak is unique, and it's going to be the mother of all outbreaks of Ebola that had happened in Africa.
A prophecy that came true. The 17th Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo became the most lethal, killing over 2,300 people. The grim milestone was reached on Sunday when data about the government and the United Nations showed that one person dies every 30 minutes due to the disease.
In terms of identifying the outbreak, because the surveillance system is really broken because of the conflict in that area. So we are not surprised.
The World Health Organization estimated in July that around 80% of new infections emerged outside known transmission chains. While it took more than 10 months to hit 2,000 confirmed cases, experts say that there is still hope.
So people can recover. Of course, we're working on vaccines and treatments, but that doesn't mean that people cannot recover from Ebola.
We are all hoping that now with the trials that are underway, that maybe we will have a bit more specific treatment for this Bundibugyo virus that could reduce the mortality.
In an effort to fight Ebola, the Africa CDC estimates that $1.4 billion is required to contain the ongoing outbreak in the DRC. International donors have pledged roughly $900 million, but actual cash payouts have been delayed. Wandi Swandengento, Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by Eva Toro-Font, a public health emergency coordinator at the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies. Great to have you on, Eva. You are in Bunia in northwestern DRC. How serious is the Ebola situation on the ground right now?
Thank you so much for inviting us and to give voice on what is happening here. It's very important. The situation here is very serious. Now we are 3 months into the outbreak. We are facing now what has become the second largest Ebola outbreak ever recorded globally. And as of the 16th of August, health authorities have reported almost 5,000 confirmed cases and more than 2,000 deaths across 6 provinces already. So here in Ituri, where I am, which remains the most affected province, what is particularly concerning is that the transmission is still continuing and too many people are reaching care very late and very far from their homes, unfortunately. So we are seeing that more than half of recent deaths have occurred in communities rather than in treatment facilities. So that is telling us that we still have significant gaps in early detection and access to care and many in trust of the communities. So yes, the situation remains extremely serious.
And as you say, the situation remains extremely serious, and the WHO says the outbreak is far from being under control. You've just explained a few difficulties that you're facing there. How difficult is it for health workers and yourself to reach people in these remote and conflicted, affected areas at the moment? Because as you say, many people are dying in their communities, not actually in treatment facilities.
It can be extremely challenging. Eastern DRC, it's a very complex operational environment. Some communities are very remote, roads can be very difficult and the security situation can change very quickly. So that affects not only the movement of health workers, but also the delivering of life-saving supplies. So I would say one of our biggest strengths is the Red Cross volunteers. It's not they have access to the communities, they are part of the communities. So even access can be challenging for externals or even for myself. Volunteers can continue engaging with communities, identifying cases and explaining people what to do in order to protect themselves. So in an outbreak like this, I would say that having responders who are already part of the community, it's absolutely essential.
And is misinformation and fear making it harder to contain the Ebola outbreak in the DRC?
And fear is certainly a challenge. I think we have to try always not to blame communities for being afraid. Fear is a very normal reaction during any epidemic, whether it's a disease that you know or that you have never encountered before, like it's the case of a lot of areas that are being affected. So Ebola is a very frightening disease, and we're seeing people see their relatives taken into treatment centers. They might not fully understand what is happening, and some of the measures we ask families like to accept, it's very challenging. We're asking them to accept to take care of their families in another way, or to bury their loved ones in a very different way. So it's normal. And when people are afraid, rumors can fill the gaps where information or trust is missing. So this is why our approach is not simply to tell communities what is true or what is false. No, we need to listen to what people are worried about, to understand those concerns, where they come from, and to be able to respond to them.
And from what you are seeing on the ground, do you believe that this outbreak can still be contained because of the many challenges that we've just been talking about?
I do believe it can be stopped. And actually, I saw a very concrete example yesterday when I was in the field. I was following our teams on safe and dignified burials. And we went to the same cemetery where, unfortunately, our Red Cross volunteers were attacked 2 months ago. And the response was very challenging in that moment. And I have to say, for me, I saw a completely different scenario. I was completely accepted. Our volunteers were completely accepted. So this means, like, the measures that we put in place at the beginning of the outbreak, it takes time to see in outbreaks. This is a slow process. But what we saw is that the consistent activities of engaging the community, of engaging their leaders, has paid off. And now we are starting to see, like, some of these signs and to contain this outbreak.
That's really good news. Eva Toro-Font, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
The murder trial of one of rap's most influential artists, Tupac Shakur, has begun 30 years after he was killed. Tupac was targeted in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas back in 1996. Now, former LA gang leader Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is on trial and accused of orchestrating his murder. Davis has pleaded not guilty. For more on this, I'm joined by Darren Portia, former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert. Darren, great to have you on the show. Darren, Tupac's murder has remained a mystery for 30 years. Are we finally getting any closer to uncovering the truth about what happened on that night in 1996?
Well, thanks for having me. And it's difficult to discern if we're actually getting closer because we only have two surviving individuals that were potentially at the scene. One being Suge Knight, that was in the car with Tupac Shakur, and the second would be Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, who was in the car where the shooting allegedly took place. There were 4 people that were inside of the vehicle, which was a white Cadillac that fired shots, causing the demise of Tupac Shakur. However, 3 of the 4 individuals have since been deceased. Therefore, we're solely relying on testimony from Dwayne Davis as it relates to the incident.
And former gang leader Dwayne Davis is on trial for Tupac's murder and admits he was in the car. But what must prosecutors prove to show he orchestrated the killing? Because it's quite a tenuous link, if I'm right, when I'm reading at this trial, Darren.
Right. The standard of proof in a criminal trial here in the United States is beyond a reasonable doubt. And to have beyond a reasonable doubt as it relates to the conviction, you need to have supportive evidence. At this stage, we merely have statements from Dwayne Keefe D. Davis stating that he, in fact, did provide the firearm to the assailant that shot and killed Tupac Shakur. We don't have a firearm, nor do we have a vehicle, nor do we have corroborating statements from someone else. This is something that Dwayne Davis published in a memoir back in 2019. But in 2009, Dwayne Davis was part of something we refer to as a proffer agreement, whereas the district attorney will bring in a subject and ask them a series of questions based on the shroud of confidentiality. Because Dwayne Davis has spoken about this incident in his memoir that was produced in 2019, he no longer has that shroud of confidentiality. So as a result, the prosecutor can now bring forth charges against Mr. Davis as it relates to the homicide of Tupac Shakur.
And Darren, this is so interesting because, as you say, prosecutors are using Duane Davis's own words from federal interviews, the documentary you just mentioned, his memoir. Did Duane believe he had some kind of immunity when he spoke so openly about Tupac's killing?
He did believe that he had immunity when he provided the testimony to the district attorney's office back in 2009. However, that was under the umbrella of confidentiality. Duane Davis has since violated the confidentiality clause by providing statements on a public level as it relates to both the memoir as well as statements that he's made in public, implicating himself as a co-conspirator in the shooting death of Tupac Shakur. So based on the violation of that confidentiality agreement, that proffer agreement is no longer standing.
And it's really interesting because obviously Duane Davis's lawyers say that he's fabricated it and it's all a fabrication. He's a fantasist and what he said in that memoir wasn't actually true. But Darren, what does this case tell us about the power of gang loyalty and the culture of silence and how difficult that can make it for police to actually solve violent crimes like the death of Tupac?
I give you an example. Tupac Shakur was in the car with Marion Suge Knight. Marion Suge Knight is a member of the LA Bloods gang. And so they have a level of confidentiality and unwillingness to provide testimony to law enforcement because they believe that they should handle this on their own, not with the assistance of law enforcement. Duane Keefe D. Davis was a member of the Los Angeles violent gang referred to as the Crips. And so the Crips, once again, they're not providing testimony to police. And these are, remember, we have 3 people that were deceased that were allegedly in the vehicle with Duane Davis. And we had Suge Knight that was in the vehicle with Tupac Shakur. Tupac Shakur has since been deceased as it relates to the incident. So when we look at how gang culture has manifested in an unwillingness to provide law enforcement with assistance, this is where we clearly see it manifest.
And as the trial unfolds, Darren, what should we be watching out for? What should we possibly expect?
The prosecutor is looking to highlight or position themselves from the place of the statements made by Duane Davis were his, in essence, admissions to the actual crime. However, you're going to have Duane Davis that's going to state that he merely made these accusations based on trying to sell books. So this was commerce-driven as it relates to his statements. So the prosecution is going to look to see, okay, when did you tell the truth? When did you tell a lie? But ultimately, the prosecution has a tremendous burden of proving this because we do not have in possession a firearm. We do not have in possession the vehicle that was used in the drive-by shooting, nor do we have eyewitness accounts that can support the conclusion that Mr. Davis, in fact, committed this crime. So as a result, I think this is going to be a challenging uphill battle for the prosecution.
Darren, yeah, fascinating case. And as we say, 30 years after the death of Tupac, one of the great mysteries. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me as a guest.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran's top negotiator insists the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the US meets its demands. The cousin of Syria's ousted leader is sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. And the World Health Organization holds an emergency meeting in the Democratic Republic of Congo as the Ebola outbreak is declared its deadliest ever. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Thanks to hashtags following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great comments.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
We're the architects of power, economics, and politics.
Stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Now, black sand has become one of the most active homegrown names reshaping Saudi Arabia's skyline. Well, black sand is backed by 75 years of history through its parent company, Al Abdulatif Holding Company. Well, black sand is eyeing a $10 billion development pipeline, which includes villas, mixed-use districts and hospitality. Well, last month at the Future Hospitality Summit in Riyadh, the company inked a $1.3 billion 10-hotel deal with Marriott, and that includes brands like St. Regis and Autograph Collection. Well, apart from these world-class brands, the deal will also see a distinctly Saudi twist. Farmhouse resorts built around the tradition of istiraha. Well, if you don't know what that means, we'll be explaining it in just a moment. Well, all of this is happening as foreign ownership laws are bringing in external investment, and Vision 2030 is entering its execution phase. Well, I'm here now with Omar Al Abdulatif, who is the CEO of the real estate company Black Sand. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I want to start by asking you to tell us a little bit about Black Sand. Tell us about the ownership and the overall structure of the company.
Wonderful. Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity, for hosting me right here. Simply put, Black Sand is a real estate development company based out in Saudi Arabia. It's the development arm of Al Abdulatif Group. The group has been in the business for over 75 years, and we've amassed quite a strategic land bank, within Black Sand, let's say, across the years. And given our industrial backbone, let's say, our ecosystem, it was only a number of years ago where after we amassed a strategic, let's say, land bank, we decided why not dive deep into real estate under an institutional brand, a banner. Now, with that said, the group has always been involved in real estate. We've always liked real estate. We've amassed a land bank. We have many one-off developments we've done across the decades. But years ago, it was decided, let's come up with our own institutional development engine. That's how Black Sand was born. So Black Sand, in a nutshell, let's say, is a strategic institutional real estate developer in Saudi Arabia, working across multiple different asset classes.
Right, and it says on your website, I was reading about it, it says it's a tech-driven real estate company. What does it mean if you're tech-driven?
I'm a tech guy by heart. So my background is in computer science. I love tech. I've been building computers since I was a kid. And honestly speaking, when we say tech-driven, it's a lot of people like, let's say, throwing labels, tech-driven, investment-driven. We're solution-driven, honestly, first and foremost. And I find that technology solves a lot of problems, honestly, like at the corporate level, at the project level. I mean, I can tell you, we've deployed multiple AI solutions across Black Sand. And a lot of it is due to a company I founded called R&D. Reliable and dependable. It's a tech firm based on offering, let's say, CTO level, Chief Technology Officer experience as a service, if that makes sense. And it really helps, let's say, cultivate everything we're doing within Black Sand as well as the group.
Okay, so it sounds like you're riding the crest of an AI wave at the same time.
Pretty much. So across Black Sand, as an example, we're using solutions like ChatGPT, Claude, as well as many others. You know, just to give you an example, we like using AI security software, for instance, you know, to monitor all the, let's say, security within our developments. You know, it's much more efficient, let's say, than having conventional, let's say, security personnel. It's always on. It's much more on point. And this is one of many examples, let's say, within Black Sand.
Okay. Tell us a bit about your portfolio here in the kingdom. What's Black Sand got specifically? You've given us an idea about the land banks. What have you got?
It's quite a diverse portfolio, so it's spread across around 8 million square meters from east to west. One thing that sets us apart, let's say, from our peers is that we're keen on multiple different asset classes. And to give you, let's say, an insight into what I mean by that, we're big on logistics. You know, if you look at Riyadh specifically, less than 5% of all the logistics supply in Riyadh is grade A, believe it or not. You know, we're a G20 economy. We got big, let's say, goals, ambitions, and there's a huge deficit when it comes to grade A logistics, which is why, you know, as a part of 2030, we want to like seal that gap as much as we can. That's just logistics. If you look at hospitality, we're big on multiple different hospitality markets, whether it be Riyadh. You know, the deficit Riyadh is like around 100,000. If you're looking 10 years into the future, like by the World Cup, if you're looking at Medina, they'll probably reach around 300,000, a 300,000 key deficit. We're also very keen on emerging markets like Khubar, Taif, as well as urban development and waterfront development. You know, I could go on and on about the different asset classes we're working on. But once again, like if you just look at all the different asset classes I named, it's something that sets us apart, let's say. You know, a lot of our peers are focused on, let's say, maybe just resi, maybe they're more into commercial. For us, if it's strategic, we want to do it.
Right, I've seen plenty of headlines with regards to your latest deals and developments here in the kingdom. Just give us a sense of what perhaps some of the most important deals are that are happening right now.
Yeah, well, recently, a few weeks ago, we did a strategic announcement with Marriott. So Black Sand and Marriott signed a strategic deal in which we are going to develop 10 hotels across 1,300 keys. It's from east to west. 8 are going to be in Riyadh. I won't tell you where the other 2 are just yet. It's a secret, let's say. But it may be a bit out east, if that makes sense. I'll just give you that bone. The St. Regis and the Marriott Hotel are part of a substantial, very, very key master plan. It's our biggest project. It's unannounced yet. I won't give you any details, but there will be an announcement soon enough. But on the other front, let's say, of what is announced, we're working on a project called West Hall. It's right next to Misk in West Riyadh. We're also working on multiple different farm resorts within Riyadh, around 250 keys across 3 resorts. Also, one of our most ambitious projects is a project called Metro One. It's next to the biggest hospital in the country, Sulaiman Al-Habib's new hospital. It's going to have a courtyard by Marriott as well as a residence inn, and it's basically stuck to the metro. And it's one stop from Kaft.
Oh, wow. Okay, that sounds exciting. I mean, I want to ask you, Omar, and just tap into some of your knowledge of the market. Tell us a bit about the market, what trends you're noticing, what shifts you're noticing, perhaps with regards to pricing, first of all.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that if you look at the actual, let's say, retail market, and by retail I want to just expand, I mean explicitly actual retail, like F&B, as well as conventional showroom retail, as well as retail investors, let's say, or consumers, if that makes sense. What I've noticed is that there hasn't been a significant impact, let's say, at the consumer level, whether that be in terms of, let's say, pricing or even leasing commercial, let's say, units. So one thing we're very proud of is one of our newest developments, Town Center, just opened up in North Riyadh. We were actually showing off the World Cup there. It was quite an interesting month and 10 days. We displayed almost all the matches there, and you know, it was a great achievement because at Town Center, like, it was packed almost every day. You know, and it's very nice to see the neighborhood, let's say, just enjoying something you've developed. But anyway, went a bit off topic. So if you look at Town Center, for example, it was in an emerging area. It was in the north of Riyadh. There was barely any commercial, let's say, developments right there, and yet you had around 1 million people living north of King Salman. You have one of the biggest companies or institutions in Saudi Arabia, the electricity company's HQ is actually based in that district. You have so many homes, so many apartments, and yet not that many commercial offerings. So it was ripe for the taking. And one thing we found that given everything that's been happening recently, may hear, let's say, people saying, oh, the market's down, this is happening. I can be very frank and say that, thankfully, it has not affected us. And we're actually going in even stronger in the last few months than years past. Like,
right, so
we've seen amongst the highest rents in North Riyadh, and a completely, let's say, area that was written off by a lot of people, let's say, like, it's too early, it's not ripe for development. But honestly, we saw the opportunity, we took it, and we're seeing very, very good feedback from the retail market. Like, leases are paying very high rents for grade A developments.
Okay, so we don't want to dwell on this too much, but in terms of the geopolitical impact, you're not feeling too much of that in terms of tensions in the region.
Thankfully, something I can raise my egal to is the strength and stability of the government's security systems. Honestly speaking, like we're very fortunate to be living in this wonderful country. Honestly, it has not, let's say, shaken the country much, honestly speaking.
I mean, a lot has changed. It's been a very eventful year for real estate in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Notable changes have been changes in foreign property law, foreign property ownership laws here. Has that changed anything as far as you're concerned? Perhaps the profile of some of the people you're seeing who are interested in investing here?
Well, when it comes to foreign ownership specifically, one or two markets were very keen on our Mecca and Medina. We're invested heavily in Medina. I think it's one of the best markets in the country, honestly. I think it's still not mature enough in terms of, let's say, economics, and I mean that in a good way, as in it's very ripe for investment. There's humongous deficits to the point where even if everyone in the studio started building 1,000 hotel keys each, we wouldn't be able to seal the gap. It's one of the best markets, honestly.
Okay, that's exciting. And you've got something called farm resorts that you're quite interested in at the moment. I was reading about them, and involved in these farm resorts is the concept of istiraha. And I teased that in my introduction. I don't know what istiraha means. Could you enlighten us, please?
I'd love to. It's basically a chalet. So one thing that's very popular, a product, let's say, not just in Saudi, but across the Gulf, is chalets or istirahas. Me, you, and a group of friends could just like lease it out for a month or a year and just go hang out there. Families could go out for, like, let's say, weekend outings. Especially given that in today's landscape, a lot of people, let's say, don't have a pool, if that makes sense. They don't have the luxury of being able to, let's say, go out, whip out a grill and barbecue, let's say. People living in apartments, for example. It's a nice outing. And what we noticed was a lot of the supply in the market was all, or mostly, unbranded, let's say. So the idea was we wanted to take the conventional istiraha that everyone knows and loves and pair it with Marriott's expertise. So we're doing 3 autograph collections.
Okay, so it sounds like a sort of a weekend house, a second home kind of concept. Maybe what we call a cottage or a chalet in the UK.
Roughly speaking, yeah. It's very popular here.
Okay. I want to ask you, I mean, that's obviously a missing piece of the real estate jigsaw puzzle here in Saudi Arabia, and you're filling that void. Are there other missing pieces that you've detected that you'd like to fill somehow or other?
I mean, look, like I stated in the beginning, logistics is very big for Black Sand. There's a huge deficit. The country needs it. We're looking to support as much as we can. Hospitality as well. We're very big into hotels. All these markets I just mentioned, Medina, Taif, Riyadh. Urban development as well. Honestly speaking, with the evolution of the capital markets, I want to take my time with this answer. In years past, it wasn't really, let's say, enticing for someone to build something nice, a true grade A development. Because way back when, if you wanted to look at your exit strategy, you didn't have that many options. I mean, there was the pension, but who else could you name other than the pension, if that makes sense? With the inception of REITs 10 years ago, it really, let's say, helped institutionalize the development landscape more. Me and you can go and really, let's say, invest and develop something that is truly grade A, and we'll have a very clear, healthy market that can help us with our exit strategy. REITs can come and, let's say, just procure and just buy out grade A assets. Me and you are comfortable knowing that we have a clear exit strategy. We don't have just, like, let's say, a few buyers that we can count on one hand. It's a truly evolved market. You have many different REITs in the market. You have many private REITs as well. You have many income-generating funds. There are a lot of options to exit, let's say. And with that said, you don't have to, let's say, be as concerned with payback. So, for example, if me and you wanted to do a grade A development and we invested a lot of, let's say, CapEx into it, the payback is quite substantial, if that makes sense. If no one's going to buy it, meaning you would have to recuperate, let's say, our investment by just waiting, and receiving all the proceeds. Whereas today, once again, going back to the evolution of the capital markets, I can build it in a year, in 2-3 years, stabilize it for 2, and within 5 years, I'm completely exited. So it's really incentivizing, let's say, developers and investors across the country to truly build, let's say, grade A assets.
Well, it sounds like a really exciting time to be involved in this market in Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. We're going to have to leave there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you coming to see us. Omar Al-Abdelatif, the CEO of Black Sand, thank you very much indeed.
Likewise. Thank you, Tom.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Now, today we're looking at Zoom, which is the world's top video conferencing platform by market share. And of course, it's a company that exploded to fame during the 2020 work-from-home era. Well, now Zoom has just doubled down on Saudi Arabia with the recent opening of its third data center in the kingdom, building on a $75 million investment pledged last year. All of this comes as Saudi Arabia crosses the mid-year mark on the Year of AI. Well, homegrown Humane is actively working towards AI computing, while AWS and Microsoft are racing to build cloud servers. Well, today, Zoom is also more than just a virtual meeting app. It now has an AI layer, which is promising to boost productivity across tasks. Well, here to discuss all of this is Mohammed Al-Kalash, who is Zoom's Vice President for the Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Pakistan. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Really appreciate it. Perhaps you could just start by telling our viewers what the scale and scope of Zoom's operations are here in Saudi Arabia.
Hi, Tom, and thank you for having me today. I'm super excited to share this with all audience. We have a lot of operations coming up in Saudi. We got our regional headquarters licenses from CST, which is Communication, Space, and Technology Commission. And we have done 3 data centers locally that it's fully operated. And from operation that we have invested, as you mentioned, $75 million, which is exceeding 300 million riyals, in multiple things, which is the local data centers to support the data sovereignty and to go with the flow with the Vision 2030 of Kingdom of Saudi. And we do invested in our local talents, which is starting with myself and across the team. And now we are having a very big operations when it comes to support the Zoom vision in Saudi Arabia. Luckily that everyone knows Zoom from pandemic, and thank you for the introduction. Now we are becoming more into an AI-first platform that it helps into communication and collaboration. And we are investing so much in building the capabilities from within and empowering Saudi Arabia communication and collaboration from Zoom to have even the AI piece that to be empowered and powered by the local data centers that we do have now.
Okay, you give me lots of things to think about there and lots of things I'll be following up on. You were an early entrant into this market, Zoom. You've made Saudi Arabia a priority for some time. I mean, why is Saudi Arabia such a priority market then?
Let me take you through a very short story how it started. It started with the announcement of His Royal Highness that all technology hubs that needs to be in Saudi Arabia to empower Saudi vision that to be the technology hub across the region. And in 2023, during LEAP, that Mr. Amin al-Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, he announced the partnership with Zoom globally and in Saudi Arabia. And since then that we do have a great partnership with Aramco to build these own capabilities to be powered and localized through Activa project. And alhamdulillah that we have done so many stuff to be in the local market to support this vision. As of today, that we have this partnership, we are taking it into the next level. We have the partnership with the government as well, with MCIT for sure, the Ministry of Communication and IT, Ministry of Investment, CST, and DGA. And recently that we have announced about the launch of the third data center in Saudi Arabia under the patronage of His Excellency, the Governor of DGA and the Digital Government Authority.
Okay. So, I mean, I wanted to ask you, I mean, clearly, I said in the introduction, you know, by market share, you're the leading video conferencing platform in the world. Can the same be said of Saudi Arabia and for the Middle East region as well?
Unfortunately, we don't have an accurate statistics when it comes to the local market. Globally, as you mentioned, that we are leading by 55% market share when it comes to video conferencing. Now we are offering more than video conferencing. Everybody knows Zoom as a video conferencing platform. Now we are going into the unified communication and the contact center business. We are leading. We are having a lot of, many users are adopting our technology. And luckily that we have a big partnerships with enterprises and government sectors. And inshallah, very soon that we're going to announce about big announcement when it comes to government and enterprises.
Tell us about AI and how AI is important to Zoom's next chapter. In what ways, in what capacity is AI going to be playing an important role for Zoom?
That's a very good question. AI started as generative AI, right? It's conversational AI, like ChatGPT and other platforms that we know. From Zoom, that we were early adopter when we put the summarization, translations, and these stuff to be part of the communication when it comes. Since that we are moving from a video conferencing and we want to be the AI first platform, that we are putting the communication, collaboration, and innovation. AI is the heart of it. It's at the center of all platforms that we are offering. So everything that we are moving from this conversational AI into converting these actions or data into actionable information. So just imagine with me, if we are having a meeting or a call or even an agent that is receiving a call from a customer, that we can transform this into action. How come? That we can take notes, and these notes can be generating reports through Zoom Canvas, or it can be like integrating through that I want to call you next week. It will create in your calendar a new meeting with a link of Zoom, and then it will remind you how to do it. Definitely that the action points, the notes, the tasks, every single thing, it has to be through this AI that powered your environment. So basically what we are doing, that we are moving from a simple video conferencing platform into taking the whole next level into the action of your life when it comes to work. So this is where that we are AI is empowering our platform.
So a lot of the admin, a lot of the hassle, a lot of that sort of back office stuff, people taking the minutes, people having to do translations. I mean, basically, Zoom is creating itself as a one-stop shop that takes away all of those headaches.
Exactly. Now, from this conversational AI, we are taking it now into the workflow AI, which is it can integrate and it can work with other systems. And now that we are talking about the agentic AI, that how can AI understand the goal-oriented, to be a goal-oriented in your workflow and understand what you want to achieve and objectives of the company or your job, and it will help you to function it as is. So our goal here, it's not to replace people when it comes to AI. We want to empower people to do their job with a creative and functional, and to be more effective at their job. So we are putting AI to work for you. It's not like replacing you. And this is where that we are getting a lot of very positive feedbacks when it comes from our customers.
Okay, that makes really good sense, because some people might be wondering, how do you integrate AI into a video conferencing platform? And you've just spelt it out for us there. Saudi Arabia obviously has invested heavily in AI infrastructure. Has that helped you, and has that made the process of expanding your business here in Saudi Arabia all the more straightforward, all the more attractive?
Definitely, because what we have done and with the support of MCIT and CST, that we have been able to get our GPUs to be in Saudi Arabia. So our AI is locally hosted, which means that we are complying with the data sovereignty, data residency, and every single framework that we need to be complying with, SAMA or Central Bank, Aramco, NCA, and other platforms that we need to comply with. And customers, they want to feel that it's a secure platform, that we can work with it because it's complying with and aligning with the Vision 2030. So from a compliance point of view, we have the check mark there. And from a platform perspective, we are leading by far when it comes to experience. And we do offering the video conferencing, spaces, telephony, productivity, employee engagement, employee customer experience as well. And we were talking about the webinars and video streaming when it comes to events. all of this that comes together. And one of the main things that we are helping even companies to grow with our revenue accelerator. We have a revenue accelerator even that it's locally hosted, that it can help customers and even partners to generate more revenue to themselves.
Okay, so I mean, it looks like there are still lots of different directions that you can take Zoom in. I mean, anything you can share with us on the sort of the direction, any gaps in the market that you think in the years ahead are going to be filled by Zoom?
Definitely, that we are putting a lot of focus when it comes to customer experience. I think that we are redefining how things are pre-integrated together so we can support customers with the best customer experience when it comes to facilitate the isolated islands that they do have. And at the end, the customer and even the new generation that they want to have a one unified experience. I don't need to chase the organization or the company that I'm working with. So what we are doing here and using AI, the power of AI, that it can help your customers basically, to have fine unified platform that it can help you with video conferencing, opening tickets, calling backs, taking notes, creating reports, as well as that creating reminders for you and for your customer, and making sure at the end that the customer satisfaction, which is the net present satisfaction and the CSAT, that it comes the way that you want or expecting.
I mean, tech's a really tough market in many ways, because you think about some of the names that have dominated that can be, like you, number one in terms of market share today and almost forgotten tomorrow. And, BlackBerry, Nokia, two names that spring to mind, although they have in both cases bounced back in different ways. So clearly staying ahead is really important. Skype clearly didn't stay ahead, but you've got to stay ahead. What would you say is the biggest threat to you staying ahead in this game?
Basically, I think that Zoom has evolved massively from 2020 till today. We are talking about 6 years old, right? And 6 years ago, Zoom used to be a video conferencing company. Now we are talking about a very big platform. How to be more open to integrate with others. How can you work with others? This is where that you can survive and you can work with other with other platforms. I think customers now, they are looking into having the best of breed. They want to have the best experience ever. The standards are becoming higher. 10 years ago, I would say the one-stop shop, it was the trend, that to go only to one vendor, that it can support you with whatever that you want. Even if you are accepting the experience 50-50, it's okay. But now, since everybody moved into digital sphere and digital era, they want the best of, basically they want things works, right? And this is where Zoom gets in the unified communication as a service and the contact center business, that this is what we do, this is our bread and butter, and this is where that we are putting our R&D investments. So we are always ahead of the game, we are always releasing new features, we are always that we are putting the race differently. And the market share says it all, 55% globally. We are having 300 million users every single day using our platform. This is
including us, I should add. Here at Al Arabiya, we're very dependent on Zoom for lots of things. Not least,
I have seen it, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you.
Not least the interviews that we're doing. I mean, clearly, threats are also opportunities, and there are threats out there for every business. But in your sector, will be things like cybersecurity, deep fakes. I mean, do you think part of staying ahead in this game is proving that you are ahead of those threats?
We do integrate with a lot of cybersecurity platforms. And as I mentioned at the beginning, that we have the data residency and the check marks of every single compliance sheet that it needs to be there. So from cybersecurity perspective, I think that we are very, very advanced. And we are open to integrate with any platform that you do have. So there is, especially in the Gulf region, there is a lot of government initiatives when it comes to cybersecurity, like a local OTPs, a local multi-factor authentication, that we can integrate with it easily.
And just last, I want to ask you a bit about talent. Obviously, Saudiization, something we talk about a lot on this program. I gather you've got 25 staff as things stand right now. You're planning to hire more. Just tell us how the future looks with regards to staffing numbers, and very interesting where they're from.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah, that almost that we are opening new openings every month. As of today, that we are 25 plus to 30. I don't have the exact number, but by the end of the year that we're supposed to reach 40 plus. Our Saudization rate is 85%. We're focusing on the local talents big time. And we are heading to have more operations, as much as that signing up more great partnerships with the government and the enterprises, just to support our vision here. We are having a very good example with Aramco. We have done a very, very great partnership, and we are supporting and delivering the service to Aramco and now Aramco affiliates. And we are having a very great news that in the coming soon, we have a partnership with now PIF, we have with the government that we're going to announce something very soon as well. So we have spent almost the past 24 months focusing on putting the bases and the basics of Zoom to be delivering on the coming long-term relationship. So Saudi Arabia is not a market that we want to serve, that we want to have a long-term relationship with. We want to serve government and enterprise and have this long-term partnership for the coming at least 10 to 15 years.
And given that this is a country with such a young population, a tech-savvy population, it's a country where there is this top-down initiative to invest heavily in AI, in tech. Does that mean you're finding with ease the kind of talent that you need in this market?
We do. And one of the things that we are getting the big support, because the young generation and now the government is being very agile, that they want to have the new trends. So we are talking more now about virtual branches, virtual clinics, virtual hospitals, virtual classrooms, and even from perspective of delivery, that the application that they want to deliver either food, gaming, industry, sports, many activities that we are doing, and even the central government services. Everyone wants to talk to somebody, can see or can feel the experience. And this is where Zoom comes into the picture, that from virtual branches or virtual offices that we can support fully, from virtual healthcare, that I think we are the dominant in the healthcare sector now in Saudi, because if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on the numbers, I think 80% plus of the current applications are using Zoom. We are having the education sector is basically, this is where that we flourish globally. 48 out of 50 universities in US are using Zoom and utilizing Zoom platforms. I don't have an accurate information about Saudi yet, but maybe next time that we will be more ready with the local information about statistics. And we are having now the central government, how can I talk to agents, how the agents can talk to me. People got bored of waiting for 15, 20 minutes under IVR, right, the contact center or the call center. They want to talk to somebody who can see and can interact with it. And this is where AI it helps, that we can use our avatars, our agentic AIs. How can we take this into virtual experience, that it will be full experience with the virtual agents? So you can basically interact with someone that you don't even notice that it's not a human.
Okay.
And this is where that AI piece that is coming.
Well, it sounds like a very exciting journey ahead of you all at Zoom, and we wish you the best with that. We're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but thank you very much indeed, Mohammed Al-Kalash, the Vice President for the Middle East for Zoom. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for hosting me and for your time.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है, आप भी नहीं जा सकता है. Touching is forbidden here.
This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather earth.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात पे और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamadan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Fagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
आज लड़की मेला है.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of their things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
What should come first, an Israeli military withdrawal from Gaza or a Hamas weapons handover? In what has become a bit of a regular occurrence, the US announced a deal without agreement on the details. With emergency talks underway, can President Trump's Board of Peace pull off a breakthrough? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. Hopes were high at the end of July. President Donald Trump appeared to have succeeded where decades of leaders had failed. The complete disarmament of Hamas, a vital step towards ending the war in Gaza.
What comes first? Does Israel pull back and then Hamas disarms, or does Hamas need to disarm and then Israel leaves Gaza?
We do have an understanding with Israel. Israel is very happy about it. Israel helped us with it. And they've been very good. They've been very good about it. Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable now.
Whatever that understanding with Israel was, it seems no one ran it past the Prime Minister, because a week later, Benjamin Netanyahu was unequivocal.
Israel rejects the 15-point plan. The military will not withdraw until the dismantling of Hamas and its weapons. And when I say dismantling Hamas and its weapons, that means heavy weaponry, less heavy weaponry, and smaller arms. All weaponry.
The whole plan is now on life support, with Trump's son-in-law and special envoy Jared Kushner holding emergency talks with Hamas and Israel in an effort to salvage the deal. Coming up on this episode, we'll ask, can the US compel Israel to accept the Hamas disarmament plan? Has the Board of Peace stumbled at its first hurdle? And with Iran peace talks also stalled, is Middle East stability further away than ever? Well, joining the debate is George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to President Donald Trump. Dr. Jamal Nazal is back with us, Fatah spokesperson and member of the Palestinian National Council. And Mouin Rabbani is here, Middle East analyst, author and managing editor of the Jalaliya digital magazine. Gentlemen, to all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well, as they say, the devil is always in the detail. And for the Board of Peace, it's specific timelines that threaten to derail what could have been a historic plan to disarm Hamas and reconstruct the Gaza Strip. The US may have been able to strike a deal with Hamas to hand over its weapons, but it's the when, the what, the how of that process that Israel is currently objecting to. It's rejected the phased approach. It says it will not withdraw from Gaza until every Hamas weapon, large and small, has been handed over. Now, we'll get into the diplomacy and Special Envoy Jared Kushner's emergency meetings with Hamas and Israel in our coming segment. But first, I just want to focus on the disarmament itself. George, should the US compel Israel to accept the deal it has struck on the Hamas disarmament plan?
Yes, thank you for having me. Absolutely, the United States should impose Israel to accept this phased plan for the withdrawal of both Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip and, of course, that happening simultaneously or preceding Hamas disarming. We have to just look at the simple facts. The policies of Hamas in the Gaza Strip have ushered in absolute and utter devastation for the civilian population in the Strip. The Strip essentially is unlivable. It is more isolated than ever before, and it has more Israeli troops than decades. So the policies of Hamas simply are untenable and unsustainable, first and foremost for the people, the Palestinian people. And it's for that reason that it should be up to the people in Gaza to implore and to force Hamas to relinquish their arms and seek a path forward, peace with its Israeli neighbors. Because other than that, there is no future for any prospective two-state solution, let alone the civilians in Gaza.
Okay, Mr. Rabbani, you heard Mr. Papadopoulos there saying, yes, the US should force Israel to accept it, but that the people in Gaza should force Hamas to outright hand over their weapons. How do you read the situation? Should Hamas hand over everything now, and should Israel agree to it?
I find it difficult to respond to your question because I don't think we're dealing with a normal situation where you have an actual agreement where the signatories and sponsors of that agreement are committed to implementing it and, if necessary, will impose pressure on those rejecting the agreement to ensure that they accept and implement it. So if we look at the current situation, for example, the United States concluded this 15-point agreement with Hamas that includes the decommissioning of Hamas's arsenal and Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and all these other factors that we've been discussing. But then, within days after concluding that agreement, completely revised it to placate Israel. And then Israel essentially came out publicly, I think primarily for electoral purposes, and rejected its own agreement. And we're dealing with a sponsor, the United States, that as it has demonstrated, not only in Palestine, but in relations with its Western allies, in Iran, in Lebanon, is completely untrustworthy, unreliable, impetuous. So essentially, we're trying to nail jelly to a wall here, and it's very difficult to do so. But as a matter of principle, Hamas has accepted the decommissioning of its weapons. So whether the Palestinians of the Gaza Strip support or oppose that commitment is somewhat irrelevant.
Dr. Nizal, what do you think? Is this a case of the US being sort of untrustworthy mediators and changing the goalposts as they go along? Or are we seeing both Hamas and Israel not committed to peace when that's exactly what both of them say that they want?
There's the theory that Mr. Netanyahu himself would have never risen to power or been able to maintain the grip of power on power without the help of Hamas back in the mid-90s. And what we are discussing now is whether he should accept the offer of Hamas to decommission and hand in its weapons. Well, Hamas, through the mediators, has offered to disarm. And who did reject that? It's Mr. Netanyahu of all people. Mr. Netanyahu does not want to see Gaza without Hamas. Otherwise, he would have had accepted the offer to decommission, which Hamas offered through the mediators. So why is Mr. Netanyahu so keen on postponing dealing with the issue of Hamas weapon until after the Israeli elections? Because the answer is simple. Because Mr. Netanyahu wants to use the military presence of Hamas in Gaza as a means to scare tactics in the Israeli upcoming election. He wants the right-wing Israeli electorate to be pushed into voting for him, feeling fear from the so-called weapons of Hamas. That's why he does not want to deal with the issue right now. And what we are talking about today should have been dealt with a year ago. But why did it not happen? Because Mr. Netanyahu kept on using delaying tactics in order not to release the hostages because he wanted to play to win more time. He is racing against time. He is using politics he is using the conflict in order to stay in power. That's what is on his mind now. And I believe he should accept the offer of Hamas to hand in the weapons.
Mr. Papadopoulos, how do you read that? Is the US and the Board of Peace hamstrung here if you agree that Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't want a Gaza without Hamas? Is that a position that the US can accept?
Well, I don't think that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants Hamas. I wholeheartedly disagree with that assessment. That's why the Israeli military is basically assassinating Hamas militants almost on a daily basis.
But he financed Hamas for over 5 years.
Sorry,
Mr. Netanyahu asked Qatar to finance Hamas 5 years long.
Whatever occurred in the past, the current state of the situation is that Hamas militants are being completely wiped out politically, militarily. The Gaza Strip is unlivable. There is no functioning Hamas. Most of its leadership is currently living in exile in Istanbul or in Doha, Qatar. This is not a reputable or formidable
So is it a good thing for Netanyahu to kill the leaders of Hamas after the ceasefire? So it's a one-sided ceasefire now.
Hamas, it has been unequivocally clear by Western leaders, the President of the United States of America, Israel, and other Arab states that terrorist organizations, which the Hamas is a prescribed terrorist organization in the European Union and the United States, and is deemed as a major threat in various Arab countries will no longer act or function as a viable militant organization or political party in any future Gaza. And that's exactly what the decommissioning of the arms is about, because without the decommissioning of arms and this festering potential issue that could erupt once again into yet another conflagration or spill over into bordering states like Egypt, that is not sustainable and will not be supported, including by Arab mediators. So this whole notion or this conspiracy theory that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to have some sort of Hamas entity lingering in the rubbles of Gaza to assure some sort of peace survival, it's nonsensical, because that might have been the case a decade ago or 20 years ago.
Well, Netanyahu pressured the United States into accepting Hamas's participation in Palestinian elections. He wants them there.
The conditions on the ground are completely different today. You cannot compare 20 years ago to the situation in Gaza today. There is no Hamas that's viable in Gaza today. And that's exactly because major powers, from the United States to various Arab interlocutors, do not want to see Hamas function in Gaza, because they believe Hamas is an impediment not only to peace, but a viable two-state solution and the future of the entire Eastern Mediterranean. That
Yet
is
so
why
many,
this is
so
nonsense.
many regional powers, so many regional actors want to support Hamas's participations in the elections because they want to use it as a buffer zone against the probability of creating a Palestinian state. Of that, we do know.
Besides Turkey openly supporting Hamas, I don't see GCC countries or Egypt, which neighbors the Palestinians in Gaza, espousing this type of rhetoric. So I don't agree with you.
Of course, I exclude Egypt and the GCC countries.
George, let me put this to you, and then, Mr. Rabbani, I'm going to bring you in. We did hear, though, I think it was around about the 9th of August when Prime Minister Netanyahu categorically came out publicly to say that he rejected this 15-point peace plan. He also said in that same media statement, as long as I am Prime Minister, there will be no two-state solution and there will be no Palestinian state. So if he has that in mind, doesn't that then show that Israel has no real long-term agenda for a peaceful and stable Gaza Strip?
I believe that a two-state solution with Hamas is impossible. A two-state solution without Hamas is possible. And the major trigger and impetus behind my theory is because Saudi Arabia has made it conditional upon joining the so-called Arab Accord 2.0 with a viable, functioning Palestinian state living side by side with Israel. Without that reality, there will be no Saudi Arabia joining or recognizing or diplomatically recognizing Israel, which is a major diplomatic issue for the United States and Israel. And secondly, without a functioning two-state solution that brings some sort of stability, we will continue to see this effort for predominantly Muslim states to align and to coalesce together politically, militarily, and economically, the way that we've seen recently between Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. This is why it is still in the interest to have a two-state solution for the U.S. interest, the Europeans, and I still believe many Arab states as well.
Okay, Mr. Rabbani, weigh in here. Give me your assessment on what you've been hearing.
I mean, you know, when you hear terms like two-state solution and appointing who is going to represent and negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians, these are slogans from another era. They're not only dead, they're buried, and they've decomposed for many, many years. There is one primary obstacle to peace in the Middle East, and that is Israel and its determination to annex the occupied territories and effectively to remove the Palestinians from those territories. should there ever be Israeli-Palestinian negotiations, and I don't see those, serious negotiations about peace and coexistence, it will be up to the Palestinians to select their representatives, whether it's Fatah, Hamas, both, none of the above, or anyone else. And part of the problem, of course, has been the presumptuousness, particularly of Western states, to insist that they will appoint the Palestinian negotiators. They will decide who is and is not a legitimate Palestinian representative. And that is significant part how we've arrived at the situation today. And just one last point, this entire discussion we've been having, it's not about Israeli-Palestinian peace. It's not about a Palestinian state or any of that. What we're dealing with here are effectively secondary technical issues such as Israeli redeployment from the Gaza Strip, decommissioning of Palestinian weaponry in the Gaza Strip, and so on. And the broader, the fundamental political issues that have repeatedly produced crisis after crisis after crisis in this region are not even on the agenda. And that's a significant part of the problem as well.
Dr. Nizal, the Hamas agreement to have this staged approach, does it go far enough? That's one of the issues that Israel has. It wants everything all at once. Should Hamas be forced to give up all of its weapons, large and small, in one go?
When you talk about Hamas, a political movement I and my movement strongly oppose, a movement who has never wanted to be a part of the PLO, the organization to which Fatah belongs. When you talk about Hamas, you talk about a political movement whose charter calls for the liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. This movement, Hamas, who I oppose, in 2017 has launched a new document calling for accepting the idea of establishing a Palestinian state within the 1967 borders. That is what Hamas did. And then it launched October 7th, which was a deadly mistake, and it was something we opposed. And now this movement, which once called for the destruction of Israel or the liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea, is making a proposal to hand in its weapons to Israel. So we've come a long way. And yet, Mr. Netanyahu is still trying to find excuses not to solve the problem peacefully. And when the previous, your guest talks about targeted killings, targeting the leaders of Hamas, even after the ceasefire, the one-sided ceasefire, what sense does it make to go on with these targeted killings against a political movement who has practically surrendered and accepted the idea of a ceasefire, talking openly about giving up its weapons? So who is to blame here? It's the one side who does not want to accept this offer. And going back to the theory of Mr. Netanyahu's dependency on the existence of Hamas, I recall a quotation of Mr. Netanyahu during a Likud meeting when he was asked, how on earth can you, as a prime minister, rally financial support for Hamas? And he said, quote, anyone who is concerned with preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state should support Hamas, because he knows that with Hamas, a Palestinian state is not likely to happen. That is why he and his party, he is in the Likud bloc, he and the right-wing bloc of Israeli politics are so keen on keeping Hamas there, either as a political movement or in some ways a sort of militia presence in Gaza. I stick to my theory, which is proven throughout history.
Could I just jump in here?
Please, Mr. Rabbani, go ahead.
I think we need to recognize that this whole issue of disarmament is essentially a red herring. What happened is that the Board of Peace, as it calls itself, and Hamas agreed on a plan for the decommissioning of Palestinian weaponry in the Gaza Strip, with a focus on heavy weaponry. The Israelis, not just Netanyahu, Israel then came with this demand for the total, comprehensive, definitive, verifiable disarmament of all Palestinian weaponry in the Gaza Strip, heavy weapons, light weapons, military infrastructure, all the rest of it. In other words, we've created a situation where even if Hamas agrees to disarm rather than decommission, which I don't suspect that it will, and even if it surrenders every last weapon in its possession, Israel will always say, well, perhaps there is a Kalashnikov, perhaps there is a tunnel, perhaps there is a slingshot, perhaps there is a water pistol whose location has not yet been verified. And it is in effect...
Look at what they're doing in the West Bank to prove your point.
Well, exactly. And so the idea that somehow this is really about Palestinian weaponry, rather than Israel using these issues to promote its own agenda, which is one of indefinite occupation leading to formal annexation and mass expulsion of the Palestinians from these territories, I think we need to recognize what this is really about and what it is clearly not about.
Mr. Papadopoulos, I'll get your response before I move us on to the next segment. Is Israel using weapons as a means to hold on to control of the Gaza Strip? Do you think Israel has any intention of adhering to this agreement? And can the US do anything to force their staunch ally to get on board?
I don't think it is in Israel's interest to attempt to annex Gaza, first and foremost, because it will result in over 1 million refugees entering into Egypt, which Egypt has demonstrably rejected as something that they will never accept. That's the first thing. So any attempt to annex Gaza will cause tremendous tensions between Egypt, a peace partner, and Israel, something that is not in Israel's interest. Secondly, as I mentioned before, annexing Gaza or preventing the establishment of a state or pseudo-state will prevent normalization with other Arab states in Israel, which is in Israel's long-term interest. So in order to basically disabuse of this notion, we have to assume that Israel is on a suicide mission to take over some land and to basically do that at the expense of peace and its own security and potential isolation diplomatically from other countries as well. I simply don't buy it, and that's really why I think that this diplomacy is being taken extremely seriously by not only predominantly Muslim states in the region, but the Europeans and the United States, and why so much political capital is now invested in this.
The problem with what you've just said is that you are providing what you consider to be a rational and objective analysis of Israel's interests. And for all intents and purposes, your analysis may be spot on. The problem with it is that you have to look at it from the point of view of Israel's leadership and their statements and their agenda and what they're openly espousing. And that fundamentally contradicts what you've said, regardless of how objective and rational you may believe your point of view to be. And I think we need to understand we are dealing with a fundamentally irrational, crazy state that, you know, just yesterday you had its Minister of National Security, the equivalent of the Home Secretary, saying, you know, we should be killing 30 to 40 Gazans a night, regardless of whether they're members of Hamas or not. You know, the Israeli political elite is openly espousing annexation and ethnic cleansing. Now, you may believe this fundamentally contradicts Israel's interests and its relations with Egypt and all the rest of it, and you may be right, but you can't ignore how Israel's own leadership sees these views, sees these issues, and espouses its views about them.
If I could just add one thing, I agreed to an extent with your analysis regarding Israel's policies towards the West Bank. I think Gaza is fundamentally different for Israel and its national security interests and the whole major plan that I would argue the global community has for a prospective peace process. One, the first thing, it borders the Eastern Mediterranean. There are natural gas deposits there. It borders Egypt. There are prospective trade lanes that will go from India to the Middle East, through Gaza, into the European market. Gaza is fundamentally a different case study vis-a-vis the West Bank. And while I believe some of the extremist rhetoric or policies of some of these ministers that you referenced are imposing some conditions like you described in the West Bank, ultimately, I think Gaza won't be similar to those policies for the reasons I just explained.
I'm going to move us on because we've still got a little bit that I want us to cover before we run out of time. And it sort of segues perfectly because we've been talking about broader diplomacy here. The Board of Peace promised a better, safer, more inclusive future for the people of Gaza, including reconstruction and withdrawal of Israeli forces. But there have been few signs of progress, and Israel, as our guests have been discussing, have continued to strike the enclave despite the ceasefire. President Trump's son-in-law and special envoy Jared Kushner has made a mercy dash to the region to try to revive the deal. Dr. Nizal, has the Board of Peace failed at its very first hurdle?
It hasn't started working yet. I don't know one step that they have started doing. And there is a 1-year delay. We don't understand why. It plays into the hands of Mr. Netanyahu, who, by the way, just recently said that there will be no construction until Hamas starts decommissioning its weapons. And at the same time, he does not want the process of decommissioning to start. So what does he actually want?
He wants it not to start, but completed.
Yeah, and until it's completed. In order for it to be completed, it has to start. And he doesn't want to allow this process of decommissioning to start. So we know who is not interested in starting the whole process. And we all believe that he wants to drag this until after the elections because for the reasons that we just explained. I would like to disagree with the theory that for Israel to annex Gaza would lead to mass expulsion automatically, and that would, in the end, have a negative effect on the relations to Egypt. Of course, that's true because if a mass expulsion happens, that would be a big crisis with Egypt. But why is not the same assumption applied to the annexation of the West Bank, which is actually ongoing? Why doesn't Israel show the same concern for the security of Jordan should annexation go on and result in massive expulsion of the Palestinian people in the West Bank, which in the end would have a disastrous effect on Jordan? So I believe this theory is not correct. What we support, as a Fatah movement, as a PLO, we supported the Trump plan. We support all steps that leads into entering the second stage of this plan. And as far as we are concerned, as a Palestinian national movement, the Palestinian Authority has called for legislative elections. This will happen in Gaza, unless Israel decides to destroy this democratic process. We know that Israel doesn't like Palestinian democracy and doesn't wish to allow it to happen. However, we hope that this will happen, and this will happen soon, so that we have our elected legislative body that will have a say in respecting the Palestinian laws. And how can the Peace Board work in Gaza without cooperating with the Palestinian Authority? The Palestinian Authority, who is in charge of issuing birth certificates, passports, land registration, ministries, financing the health sector, the education sector. There has to be a high-level cooperation between the Board of Peace and the Palestinian Authority for these steps to really succeed.
Mr. Papadopoulos, what do you say to Dr. Nizal's assertions there?
I think he's comparing Hamas and the PLO. Hamas runs the Gaza Strip, and the PLO, in theory, runs the West Bank. So to basically compare these two entities and these two states or these two governance systems is fundamentally
I did not make this comparison. In fact, I take an insult in comparing them.
No, you did, because
the Palestinian government has financed the Gaza Strip ever since Hamas took power there. Hamas raises taxes.
You said that the Israelis will expel the Palestinians from the West Bank the way that they might do in Gaza. And I said, why would they expel them from the West Bank, considering you as the PLO are running the West Bank and you have some sort of relationship with the Israeli state while Hamas just went to war with them?
Israel is wreaking havoc in the West Bank. Israel is wreaking havoc literally in the West Bank. It's doing terrible things against the Palestinian government in the West Bank. Everybody can see that. We don't have a good relationship with Israel. We have a conflict with Israel, and it's a deadly one.
I think the fundamental problem here is an inability to recognize that peace is not on the agenda of the Board of Peace. This is not about implementing the international consensus on a resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian relations. This is not about ending occupation. You know, this is really the Board of Peace, and particularly if you look at it at its personnel, is at best camouflage for Israel's existing annexationist agenda, which involves the mass expulsion of Palestinians from the territories it occupies. Now, these, as far as Israel is concerned, you know, it tried to mass export them. And as Mr. Papadopoulos said, Egypt refused that, and it was not possible. But Israel also has strategic patience. If it's going to take another 5 or 10 or 20 years to reduce the population of the occupied territories through a combination of violence and immigration and disease and whatnot, as far as Israel is concerned, that's perfectly fine. So, you know, let's, again, we're talking almost in an alternate reality, as if actually addressing the real issues and the issues that produce this crisis are somehow on the agenda of the Board of Peace. And it's quite clear they're not.
Mr. Papadopoulos, do you agree or disagree with Mr. Rabbani's point there? Is peace even on the agenda for the Board of Peace?
I think for the first time in modern history, peace is finally being prioritized. And it's being prioritized because there are many vexing interests that overlap today in what occurs in the Gaza Strip and in the future of the Eastern Mediterranean, unlike in any other time in modern history. That is really what is driving. I'll just give simple examples. The India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which is being promoted by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, the European Union, India, and the United States, has a disembarkation spot through Gaza, which makes it fundamentally critical to the future of global trade. Unlike when Ariel Sharon or other Israeli leaders, or when Hamas previously was was leading the Gaza Strip. The situation is completely different, and that's why the drive towards peace is with the impetus that it has today, unlike before. So we can't compare the situation from 20 years ago, like one of the guests attempted to do, with the situation today, because with the current situation will affect these numerous interests that many countries have.
Mr. Papadopoulos, let me ask you this, though. We've got Jared Kushner on this mercy dash to revive this 15-point plan. Why should the people in Gaza trust the United States when the United States allowed Israel to flatten Gaza and bring it to its knees in the situation that we find it today? Why should the Palestinian people have faith that Mr. Kushner is going to be working in their interest?
I think the Palestinian people have to put their own destiny in their own hands, and they have to look themselves in the mirror and ask the question, is our life better under Hamas, or will life look better without Hamas? Hamas invited destruction to the Gaza Strip, while the United States and some other countries, including in the GCC and the European Union, and people like Special Envoy Kushner and Witkoff, are attempting to deliver a new solution to a once interminable conflict. So while they will have to ask that question themselves, and they should trust themselves, ultimately this is all up to the Palestinian people, not up to Jared Kushner, not up to President Sisi in Egypt or other leadership. And I think the Palestinian people will do the right thing and remove Hamas themselves.
Dr. Nizal, do you want to jump in on that? I mean, I know that as an organisation, you supported the Board of Peace in their iteration, I suppose. But do you think the Palestinian people should have faith that Special Envoy Kushner is working in their best interest?
Well, the Palestinian Authority endorsed and welcomed the UN Security Resolution 2803. We welcomed the Trump plan. We support the implementation of the various stages of this plan. We've heard that Hamas has recently been given green light by the American side to participate in the elections. That is a lifeline of Hamas to stay in politics, and it seems that Hamas is willing to trade weapons for political influence inside Palestine. We believe that Mr. Trump wants peace. I personally believe this, but we also think that more pressure should be applied by the Trump administration on Israel to give up its aspiration to colonize Gaza. And yes, we know of the interests of major economic powers in the world to have a say in what will be going on in Gaza, but let the Palestinian people have the right to self-determination. We are capable of doing this. We are 16 million people who are highly talented, highly educated people. We want to rebuild our country, have our universities in Gaza rebuilt. We have excellent universities in the West Bank. And yes, we are capable of meeting the right decision also as electorates, especially if Israel leaves us in peace. If that happens, the Palestinian people will, without the influence of the Israeli army, be able to take the right decision and vote for the right people.
And they can vote for the PLO, for Hamas, another entity. That entity will not have the arms to cause the damage to the Palestinian people the way that Hamas did after October 7th. And that will be a great thing for the region and the Palestinian people.
I believe
although
it was
the Israeli
US supplied Israeli
weapons
weapons that flattened the Gaza Strip.
One could argue that violence begets violence, and the attack from Hamas against the Israelis is what invited the carnage that we have seen in the Gaza Strip, and why so many countries have actually tacitly supported the military adventurism of the Israeli military to take out that group in the Gaza Strip so that we can finally move forward in a more peace-oriented fashion instead of relitigating what happened 20 years ago or attempting to once again have this fantasy of Palestine from the river to the sea, which in this world will never happen under the current conditions.
So many of the US allies, though, Mr. Papadopoulos, have openly, and Israeli allies have openly condemned their actions in the Gaza Strip.
I don't think there has been one major Israeli ally who condemned the initial attacks that Israel conducted against Hamas.
That's a very different thing to what we've been seeing up until today.
Now, of course, war is a very ugly thing. This war has evolved. It has metastasized. It's invited different players, different interests. And that's why now peace is being prioritized. And why, as the guest explained, the Trump administration is serious about peace. And ultimately, while the Netanyahu government might be boisterous and pounding their chest and talking about assassinating different Palestinians and annexing the Gaza Strip, they ultimately understand that their security and their political future and their diplomatic relations with their neighbors and the United States and the European Union lie in a Palestinian functioning and viable state. That is why this is now being prioritized.
Mr. Rabbani, do you think that Special Envoy Kushner has a chance of pulling this off?
No, and you earlier asked why should Palestinians trust the United States in the wake of the United States being essentially fully complicit in the Gaza genocide. I would have posed the question a little differently. I mean, let's begin with the Board of Peace's own plans, its own ceasefire resolution. Every planet has put forward has been systematically violated by Israel with total impunity and barely a peep from either the United States or any other state associated with the Board of Peace. So again, what Mr. Papadopoulos just said, I think that is a very good representation of his own point of view. But there is absolutely no evidence that Israel sees things the same way. To the contrary, Israel believes it has total impunity to do whatever it wants, wherever it wants, whether in Palestine or Syria or Lebanon or Iran or anywhere else, and that it will either enjoy the support of its sponsors and allies in the West, or at least their passive acquiescence. And it has an openly annexationist policy. Now, you may think this doesn't serve Israel's interests. That's a personal opinion, because Israel considers it the very core of its agenda and the very core of its interests. And Israeli parties are now fighting an election campaign where essentially the most fanatic annexationist is likely to come out on top, because that's how far off the spectrum Israel's political arena and political discourse has shifted, again, in large part because of the systematic impunity that state has enjoyed over many decades. But again, the idea that somehow the Board of Peace is about peace is an illusion. It's a pipe dream. It has absolutely no relationship to reality, no matter how much you or I or anyone else may think that this or that is in Israel's or anyone else's interest.
Well, let's look at some reactions that have occurred since this conflict has continued to simmer on, and not simply Iran, but the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia have now coalesced in a defense alignment. This isn't simply about countering Iran, but some would argue it's about countering prospective Israeli aggression. The Middle East today is not the Middle East of 20 or 30 years ago. Some would argue that
no one is
Israel
claiming it is.
But some would argue that Israel does not even have a qualitative military advantage anymore, given how rapid Turkey's defense industrial complex is progressing, Pakistan with a nuclear weapon, Iran's ability to fight back the way that it has and to control the Strait of Hormuz. This has all being taken seriously, not only in Washington, but in Tel Aviv. And this assumption that they will basically give all this away to take over some land in the Gaza Strip, I think your assumption, if it's correct, they are fanatical lunatics. I just don't happen to buy it. I think every state is a rational player.
Listen to what they're saying and look at what they're doing.
The project of Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, is being implemented right now. It's unfolding before our very eyes. We can all see that.
Will Egypt allow this to happen? Will Turkey allow this to happen?
You're projecting rationality upon an irrational
I'm not projecting
state.
anything. No. I'm talking about the other countries. These are not third world impoverished nations. These are countries which have nuclear capabilities, are the second largest military in NATO, and have burgeoning defense military industrial complexes that can take on Israel should they decide to. So if Israel decides to take this too far or continue to annex land or to step on these nations' toes or their interests, like I explained in some of my comments in the beginning, they will intervene and there will be a military to military conflict between Israel and some of these major regional powers. I simply do not believe the Israelis will allow that to occur in their present or future.
Israel has nuclear weapons, though. They're the only ones who do, Mr. Papadopoulos.
It's an eight-war front.
Pakistan has nuclear weapons. There are new nuclear arrangements blossoming between the United States and countries in the Gulf as we speak. Turkey is a prospective nuclear power, along with help from Russia. Israel today might be the only nuclear power in the Middle East, if you don't count Pakistan, but that is quickly evolving.
We're almost out of time, so what you have been discussing leads me directly into this final chapter of our debate, because While the Hamas disarmament plan seems to be stalling, it's not the only deal on the ropes. The current 60-day memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran expires today, on Monday, and talks there have also stalled. So very briefly, I'm going to ask to each of you before we run out of time. Mr. Papadopoulos, we'll start with you. In a regional sense, I mean, you've painted the picture just in your lead-up comments. Is peace in the Middle East further away than ever before?
No, I don't think so. And I think peace is finally being prioritized out of the ashes of the Gaza Strip and the devastation that has occurred all throughout the GCC and Iran, and the maneuvering and the diplomatic overreach and the predominantly Muslim majority states which have a stake in the future of the region make peace more likely than not.
Dr. Nazal, to you, is peace closer or further away than ever before?
I hope it's closer, though I fear the Israeli government is not interested in peace. For 80 years now, we didn't have one single war in the Middle East that did not have its causes or its roots in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The one thing that we did not try is for Israel and the United States to recognize an independent Palestinian state. We want a Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, with Jerusalem as its capital. Without the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, without the Palestinian issue being resolved, we will not see peace in the Middle East. No war in the Middle East that is taking place now has nothing to do with the Palestinian conflict. Until the Palestinian people have their right to self-determination, peace is not going to be a likelihood.
And Mr. Rabbani, round us out. You've said the Board of Peace doesn't have peace on the agenda. In a regional sense, are we closer or further away?
Well, it seems a new confrontation between Iran on the one hand and the United States and Israel on the other is looking increasingly inevitable. And the icing on the cake is that the lunatic in the White House has today threatened to bomb the close U.S. ally Oman if it continues engaging in diplomacy with Iran. And you know, all these issues are interconnected. And as Mr. Nazal said, you know, there are multiple causes for many of these issues, but each of these threads ultimately goes back to the question of Palestine. And unless Palestinian rights are addressed and accepted and resolved, we will be having these types of conversations for many, many years to come under increasingly dire circumstances.
Gentlemen, unfortunately, we're out of time, so we have to leave it there. But your analysis, your insights, your diverse perspectives have been so illuminating and very valuable to our debate. So thank you to all of you. George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to President Donald Trump, Dr. Jamal Nazal, Fatah spokesperson, and Moin Rabbani, Middle East analyst and author. Thank you for being on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know. We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
ihr vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments. some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran's top negotiator insists the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the US meets its demands. The cousin of Syria's ousted leader is sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. And the World Health Organization holds an emergency meeting in the Democratic Republic of Congo as the Ebola outbreak is declared its deadliest ever. Iran's top negotiator has said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the United States meets Tehran's demands. Meanwhile, President Trump has repeated it's open and that the US was not seeking an interim deal with Iran. Take a listen.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
Why might you do that?
We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having mines hit their billion-dollar ships, you know, et cetera. But the blockade has been very effective. And, you know, we're taking out, and now maybe that will stop, or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open. And the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing. Iran is in big trouble. They have 300% inflation. The country's a mess, and the military is totally defeated.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf. Alex, we'll get into a little bit of what Donald Trump said as we go through this segment, but let's focus on Iran for the moment, because Iran is saying they won't open the Strait of Hormuz until the US lifts its blockade that it currently has on Iran, their sanctions, and also unfreeze their assets. So Iran has almost got maximalist demands on the table. And is this something that the US is likely to capitulate to?
So, you know, we're seeing the game
or the demands being upped on their side. We're seeing the US keep to their position, which is we're not going to move. You've got to basically come to us. And I think you've got two elements to this. One is the economic, one is the political. So on the economic side, we're seeing oil rising. It's not going down. It's now $90+ a barrel. Now, that also means has knock-on effects in terms of derivatives. You're looking at what happens in terms of agriculture, fertilizers. A lot of that comes from the Gulf. Think about what that also means as we head, I know it's still only August, but we head towards winter as well. There's going to be increasing demand for oil in the Northern Hemisphere. And strategic reserves, oil reserves are dropping, which is understandable because there's less oil being pumped out and then being sold in the open market. So economically, are we going to see sanctions relief? Maybe, because we saw that initially while the MOU was being negotiated between the two sides, because again, the Americans wanted Iranian oil to flow to increase the availability of oil globally. In terms of assets, Iran has $100 billion worth of assets which are frozen around the world. Are we going to see much of that being unfrozen? Who knows? In terms of the blockade, that's obviously linked in to sanctions. We may see the blockade being eased in terms of Iranian oil, but again, we need to see. What is obvious is the impact it's having politically. Look at the US, we always talk about the price of the pump. It's now $4 a barrel across the country. In states like California, it's about $5.50. So it's having an impact. We're 3 months out from the midterms. President Trump's approval ratings have hit the lowest point ever, now at 33%. And a lot of that has dovetailed with what's happened with the war, when the war is very unpopular in the US. So, are we going to see a taco in this situation? Are we going to see President Trump, give up his cards? Look, who knows? We've been in this situation before, and I'm sure we're going to be discussing this again for some time to come.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's also important to highlight that Iranian officials are becoming increasingly concerned about the economic impact of the US blockade on Iran and what tougher sanctions could do to the country. Could it worsen them economically? And what will that also mean for domestic unrest? There has been those conversations, and analysts are increasingly speaking about that impact it's having inside of Iran. But Michael, let's come to you, because you actually received a missile alert in Dubai earlier. What's the feeling there? And what are UAE authorities now saying? Because it's been a few months since we've had one of these.
In fact, by my calculations, it's been 37 days. So July 12th was the last time we received what we call a phone alert. And there was one a few weeks before that. That was a mistake. But the last one on July 12th was because of a potential missile threat, as was the one that we received about 4 hours ago. And I'm going to read the statement from the Defense Ministry that they posted out on X, where they said that the first missile fell outside the country's territorial waters, and the second fell within the country's territorial waters. The alert that we received was at 6:52 p.m. local time, and this was par for the course several months ago. It's not something that we've experienced too often. Now, I'm going to pivot slightly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what Donald Trump is saying when it comes to bombing Oman, which is, of course, right next door to the UAE. And Oman and the US have a diplomatic and a strategic partnership, if you can believe this, that goes back to 1833. In fact, Oman was the first Arabian Peninsula nation to send a mission to the United States, and that was in 1841. So this is a long-standing relationship. Now, more recently, in addition to being part of the GCC and also being a long-term ally of the U.S., Oman has done a very good job of consistently hiding itself and some of the efforts that it does behind the scenes, they slide nicely under the radar, which is what the U.S. wants. When the U.S. wants to have some sort of conversation with the Iranians, Oman has done a very good job of operating behind the scenes, making sure that although the Iranians are perceived to be persona non grata for 47 years, there are still back-channel conversations that take place. And this is where Oman has been essential, helping the West, specifically the U.S., make sure that they're having regular conversations when they needed to with the Iranians. Of course, now we find ourselves in a situation where Iran and Oman are negotiating, trying to figure out the traffic flow in and out of the Straits. But when Donald Trump talks about bombing Oman, my question now would be, what are the other Gulf allies going to be thinking? We know that with Donald Trump, loyalty is a one-way street. It must flow towards him. I wonder if the other GCC countries are maybe going to feel a little bit uncomfortable as a result of his recent comments.
And, you know, it's fascinating, this conversation that we're bringing up about Donald Trump and his recent comments, because I was speaking to a Republican earlier, and he said to me, Alex, you know, Donald Trump is an attention seeker, and a lot of what he puts on Truth Social is for attention. It is to get a reaction in many respects. But I also wonder if him lashing out at Oman is also frustration. You know, Donald Trump said we're close to a deal on the Strait of Hormuz. That still hasn't been finalized, and obviously he wants an off-ramp in many respects. But also, if we look at the Gulf, we are now in a no war, no peace scenario. And we just spoke about those missile alerts going off inside the UAE. People are living in this scenario of tension.
You know, we're in this situation where, you know, we can't move forward. We don't want to move back. There needs to be something which breaks the deadlock. And I actually think he may be more than a little bit frustrated, not just because of what he's got himself into, because this was a war of his choosing. But actually, I think he's a little bit frustrated because the Omanis and the Iranians, with their own direct negotiations, seem to be making progress. And, you know, he is the deal maker. You know, he's the person behind the art of the deal. And if the Omanis and the Iranians make their own deal, which the Qataris have said we will base any future agreement between the US and the Iranians on, is that going to take a little bit of shine away from him in terms of his own ability to strike a deal on terms that he wants? So.
And it's actually a really good point. Right now, we just remain in this deadlock, and we don't know what's going to break it at the moment, and which side is going to come to the table first and say, OK, right, these are our concessions. Let's move forward from this aspect. But thank you so much, Alex and Michael, for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. A criminal court in Syria has sentenced the cousin of ousted leader Bashar al-Assad to death after convicting him of crimes against humanity. The court found Wissam al-Assad guilty of taking part in the killing and torture of civilians. Bashar al-Assad was also sentenced to death in absentia a week ago. Michael, how connected do you think Wissam al-Assad was to the Assad regime? And what do you make of this sentencing? Because it comes just days after Bashar al-Assad and was sentenced for the same thing, to death.
So he's about as connected as you can get to the regime. He is an al-Assad. He is a family member. In fact, specifically, he's a second cousin of the former president. And this is one of the situations that will develop, certainly in a regime like the Assads. Now, remember, it was also Hafez al-Assad who came to power in November of 1970. So the Assads have been in power for 52 years. How do you stay in power for so long? You make sure that the people that you surround yourself with can be trusted. And who are the people that can be trusted the most? Their family members. And this is what Wasim is. He is a family member. Now, as you said, the Fourth Criminal Court of Damascus has sentenced him to death for premeditated murder and also for torture. And we have to expect that while the court itself needs to appear to be legitimate in the eyes, not just of the international community, but I think more importantly for Syrians, because Syria, there are so many different, not divisions, but there are so many different loyalties within the country. There are Christians, there are Druze, there are Alawites, of which the Assads are a part of, there are Sunnis, and there are Shia Muslims. And with a country that has so many different concerns, so many different sects, you have to make sure that you're doing something. If you're a criminal court, you have to make sure that you're doing something that's going to be perceived by in most of those communities as something that is legitimate. So while the knee-jerk reaction might be that he's an Assad, of course he has to die, that's not the best in the short term, or I would argue in the long term. So he was a family member. He has been sentenced to death. And I think that because of the role that he played and because of his proximity to power, to the regime, I think that this was probably the one sentencing that we could all pretty much envision happening.
And Alex, we spoke about this recently on the show when Bashar al-Assad was sentenced in absentia because, of course, he's in Moscow at the moment. But Lebanon has also handed over a former Syrian general under the Assad regime. And I just wonder, what's the likely outcome here? Because Lebanon is now also abolishing the death sentence. So what can we expect?
So when the former regime fell, anybody who was connected to the regime who didn't have the influence or the money did not make it to Russia. That was effectively the first choice for Bashar and his family to go to, and those around him, the inner circle. Many others who were connected with the regime went to Lebanon. And you've got to remember the history between Lebanon and Syria. So Hafiz al-Assad, Bashar al-Assad's father, said, one of the best-known phrases in the Arab world, which is Shab Wahad fi Baladain, so basically one people in two countries. The Syrian army was in Lebanon until 20 years back after the death of Rafiq al-Hariri pushed them out. There's a big Syrian refugee population in Lebanon, up to 1.5 billion people. The borders are porous, so many Syrians would have fled. Many people from the former regime would have gone over to Lebanon. And given, even though Lebanon is a very small country, it is still, terrain is mountainous. It's easy to essentially be in places where you are not going to be found, especially in the east of the country, which were areas which were controlled by, or still controlled by, Hezbollah, which was, again, allied or close with the former regime. So, there are a lot of people suspected to be in Lebanon. The government is ensuring or pushing for anybody with ties for them to be extradited because they want to build ties with the current Syrian government. But in terms of the piece about the death penalty in Lebanon, Lebanon effectively had a moratorium on death sentences since 2004. They've become the first Arab state to ban the death penalty. So I think what they've already agreed with the Syrian government, anybody they arrest is going to be extradited to Syria to face justice. And that's very much what the Syrian government is pushing for as well. They want to make sure that anybody who is found in Lebanon who has ties to the former regime is sent back home to face justice.
And Michael, we talk about the situation in Syria at the moment, and some critics would come out and say the Syrian justice system is just 2 years out of the Assad era, and lots of questions have been asked about that. And obviously we've seen a number of people linked to that regime now up for the death penalty because of the crimes committed during that awful civil war. How do you think this looks on an international stage if we're thinking about how the US could view it, or possibly Britain or foreign countries supporting Syria's re-establishment?
I think Syrians definitely want to be part of the international community. There's a huge Syrian diaspora. They want to be able to go back home as well. But I would guess, and my wife is Syrian, born there, moved to Canada when she was quite young, but has family who have gone through, this horrific civil war. Most Syrians, I would say, this is a personal matter. This is a Syrian issue that needs to be solved by Syrians. One of the worst things that could happen for the international community is if they were to bring in outside judges. And I think when you are trying to recover from a civil war, I think the best approach is for the community itself to deal with the issues the best way that they can. Now, in 5 or 10 or 15 years, could they look back on this moment and maybe think there could have been a better way to handle it? Perhaps. But I do believe that Syrians themselves would say this is an issue. It was a civil war. We weren't at war with another country. It was amongst ourselves. This issue has to be resolved by Syrians, and it has to be resolved in the best way that we can. So even though the Fourth Criminal Court of Damascus is only 2 years away from the Assad's being, actually less than 2 years, from the Assad's being in power, I think it's going to be their choice, and it's something, quite frankly, that I think they have to go through, and they have to find their way through this process.
And would you echo that, do you think, when it comes to Syria?
The Syrian civil war went on for over a decade. It destroyed most of the country. Millions were driven out. Hundreds of thousands died. There's got to be a path both for justice and also reconciliation. We know where Ashara has come from, his background. Communities in the country want to be reassured. They want to see a Syria which is, again, united, which is prosperous. A lot of Syrians are going back from places like Turkey and Lebanon. But again, this is a long, long journey they're going to be taking together.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the Emergency Committee for the World Health Organization has held a meeting on the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It comes just a day after it officially became the deadliest outbreak in the country's history. Wandi in Tengento has this report.
This Ebola outbreak is unique. And it's going to be the mother of all outbreaks of Ebola that had happened in Africa.
A prophecy that came true. The 17th Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo became the most lethal, killing over 2,300 people. The grim milestone was reached on Sunday when data about the government and the United Nations showed that one person dies every 30 minutes due to the disease.
In terms of identifying the outbreak, because the surveillance system is really broken because of the conflict in that area. So we are not surprised.
The World Health Organization estimated in July that around 80% of new infections emerged outside known transmission chains. While it took more than 10 months to hit 2,000 confirmed cases, experts say that there is still hope.
So people can recover. Of course, we're working on vaccines and treatments, but that doesn't mean that people cannot recover from Ebola.
We are all hoping that now with the trials that are underway, that maybe we will have a bit more specific treatment for this Bundibugyo virus that could reduce the mortality.
In an effort to fight Ebola, the Africa CDC estimates that $1.4 billion is required to contain the ongoing outbreak in the DRC. International donors have pledged roughly $900 million, but actual cash payouts have been delayed. Wandi Swandeng into Arabiya English.
And Alex, let's come to you first. We're actually getting a line from the WHO's Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. He's obviously been speaking today. He said Ebola outbreak in Congo remains public health emergency of international concern. So he's reiterating that line. And the UN says Ebola, and especially this strain, has now killed one person every 30 seconds. How does this number actually compared to previous outbreaks? And what's the reason for why we're seeing this?
Look, this strain, the percentage of death is double what you saw from previous strains. Effectively, 46% of people who catch, so 1 in 2, are going to die from this strain of Ebola. And the challenge is immense. East of DRC, there's a conflict which has been going on for years between the government and M23. You've also got you've got no security, which is a big issue, and then because of that, you've also got no containment. Because if there's a war going on, again, people are going to be moving, populations are going to be shifting. You're going to have internally displaced people as well, IDPs. So that's one. And then that also leads on to the medical situation. There are just not enough medical people on the ground because there is also no security. Linking into that is the issue of funding. Now, the US has cut funding, USAID. We saw that, remember, last year with Elon Musk's team going in. Also funding to UN and UN agencies like WHO has been cut significantly. So, if there's no money to pay for treatment or medical people going in, again, effectively, there's no way to stop this, to stop the flow. And then you've also got society practice in terms of how bodies are disposed of, funeral practices, essentially, which ensure that, again, the disease just keeps on spreading. There's no way, effectively, to stop this if the situation doesn't change on the ground.
And it's really something that we can talk about, because I spoke to somebody a little bit earlier on my first show, and she was from the Red Cross. And Michael, she was just basically saying the biggest challenge they have is actually going into the communities and the mistrust that is within these different communities because of conflict zones. So it's actually trying to train people in the community to be able to relay the message to their own people who will listen and understand. So that's one of the big difficulties. But the WHO have said they can get a handle on this within 3 months if they have the resources. But as Alex just said, right now the money's not there due to cuts. So what do they need to end this? And is it even possible to get it?
So money is one issue, of course. And in the grand scheme of things, when you're talking about an Ebola outbreak, it's not that much. It's about $115 million. But the two bigger issues are more healthcare workers. And I would argue more surveillance is the key. And the reason why I say more surveillance, this isn't some Orwellian Big Brother is watching. What actually they need, more healthcare workers so that they can go into all the different communities and they can determine who has Ebola, and then they can pull them out from their families and from their communities. That's the key, because the AP is reporting, and I'm just going to read this, that new cases are being found outside existing contact monitoring networks. What that means is that they can't necessarily figure out how it's spreading. It's not you and I coming into contact and one of us having it. They're trying to figure out how is it that this is spreading so rapidly. And the best way, to get back to my point, is through surveillance. And the surveillance means more healthcare workers going into more rural communities and making sure that they have conversations, and then they also inspect everybody so that they're able to, again, pull them out. Because as Alex said, if you get this, there's a 50% chance that you're going to die. And in a country of 124 million people, there's no approved vaccine for this particular strain. So while they don't need much money, the fear is where will the money come from, and where will more healthcare workers come from? Because, again, as Alex said, USAID is no longer in the same place that it once was. And that's making it more and more difficult for organizations to get mobilized as quickly as they need to when these things happen.
But Alex, as I was just saying, we're speaking to that lady from the Red Cross, and she says it's extremely difficult to go into these communities because of the mistrust and the fear of Ebola and the not understanding of it. So it almost seems to be that there's resistance to what's actually happening, and there seems to be more education, and things are just moving really slowly. And as Michael did say, there's just no vaccine for this strain, and to get it under control is proving extremely difficult in a country, we can't forget, has other tropical diseases, malaria. There's lots of other complex things involved here.
In this case, trust is the difference between life and death. If you don't trust the medical workers going in, don't trust what the treatments are going to be, you're not going to take it, and then that means you're effectively, under threat. You're not going to have any antibodies. You're not going to even approach them if you feel ill. So that means you're also going to be spreading the disease. There's also trust as well across the border, because Uganda was also facing this same strain. Now, Uganda has said that it is Ebola-free the end of July, but there are still travel bans for Ugandan nationals coming in from the country or travelling from the country. So, trust is literally the difference between life and death, and it's not something which is just going to be resolved overnight. How do you go in as medical personnel, many of whom are going to be foreign, engage with the local community, win them over, and basically tell them what they need to do to ensure that they stay alive?
I know it's a really difficult, complex situation at the moment when it comes to Ebola, but thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we do move on to another story now. And the murder trial of one of rap's most influential artists, Tupac Shakur, has begun 30 years after he was killed. Tupac was targeted in a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas back in 1996. Now, former LA gang leader Dwayne "Keefe D. Davis is on trial and accused of orchestrating his murder. Davis has pleaded not guilty. Michael, I think everyone sitting at home must be wondering, we've been talking about this mystery forever. Why has this trial taken 30 years to get to court?
Well, we have to go back to the roots of this. And the roots are police and prosecution would say that it was a gang killing. When you have a gang killing, you're going to have witnesses who are going to be reluctant to come forward because they might fear retribution. You're going to have people who might have been in the cars who are not going to want to cooperate because that's their street code, that they are not going to help the police in any way possible. And in the white Cadillac of, Keefe D was in the white Cadillac, and there were 3 other men who were in there, and all 3 of those men have died. So there was a lot of resistance in the early days where no one was going to cooperate. And an investigation needs oxygen. It needs to keep breathing, and it needs to keep moving forward. And the best way that that happens is through interviews, talking to people, finding out what they saw and what they heard, and then following up. And when you don't have enough witnesses when you don't have, in this particular case, any witnesses who are going to be talking to the authorities, you're stuck. So there was nothing for such a long period of time. Then around 2018, Keefe D started to speak to the media a little bit about the case. And then in 2019, he wrote a memoir called Compton Street Legend. And in that, he detailed not necessarily his involvement, but he detailed parts of the shooting that made the police awfully suspicious. And then they started to investigate again. That was 2019. And then in 2023, they raided one of Keefe D's homes in Henderson, Las Vegas. And it was shortly thereafter, in September of 2023, that they arrested him. Now, we're not sure what it was that they found in the home. Lots of digital information, apparently some computers and some laptops, as well as hard copies of various pieces of information. The police and the prosecution haven't said anything exactly about what it was that they found. But from that, I would say it was actually, I'm splitting hairs here, but 2023 he was arrested. So it was 27 years, but it's now September 13th. So we're almost 30 years away from when Tupac died. He was shot 4 times on September 7th, and then he died 6 days later, September 13th. So that's the timeline that's taken us to Kifidi in court today.
And Alex, right now Michael's talking about what Kifidi said in this book, in this memoir, and also he had some federal interviews. Kifidi said quite a lot of things, but what his lawyers are saying about what he's written and almost said about his involvement with Tupac is also fascinating.
So, you know, this is a drama which just goes on and on and on. Under Nevada law, the allegation is that he supplied the weapon, which was effectively the murder weapon. And so because of that, he can be prosecuted for murder. So that's one. Now, this is all about credibility. You know, do you believe Kifidi or do you believe his lawyers? Now, his lawyers, to quote verbatim, word for word, they've said, you know, he is full of crap. You know, so yeah, take that, you know, take it however you will. But he is the only eyewitness who's effectively left. So it's up to the prosecution to prove that what he said in his memoir and what he said before is the truth. And his defense lawyers are basically trying to push this whole notion that he is out there promoting himself, promoting his book, which obviously he is. You know, it's great for his book sales. But, you know, he is just a fantasist. He's made all of this up, again, to keep himself in the center of attention. And, you know, who do you believe? Do you believe his defense lawyer who's saying he's lying? Or do you believe the prosecutors who say he's actually telling the truth and he was behind this?
But what, you know, Michael, let's bring you into this conversation because, OK, his lawyers say he's a fantasist. He's made all of this up because he wants to make money. He wants to sell books. But I think it's also important to note that there's no murder weapon here. And also that white Cadillac was never impounded by the police. You know, there's been no physical evidence. So it's going to be quite hard to solve this mystery. But if we have a look at it, Michael, Kifidi right now, as you say, is the only white eyewitness, but it also shines a light on what was happening during those years when it came to gang violence and how so many of them were sworn to silence and how difficult it's actually been for prosecutors to bring justice.
Yeah, when it happened, I don't want to make this a little bit more dramatic than it really is, but I lived through this period. My kids were born in September of 1996, very aware of the East Coast, West Coast rivalry between the rap gangs. You know, the two main characters would have been Biggie on the East Coast in New York and Tupac on the West Coast. And when the shooting happened, everybody thought it was in retaliation to the death of Biggie Smalls. But now what we've learned is actually it was as a result of the prosecution alleges that Kifidi's nephew was beaten up by Tupac, among other people, a couple of hours after a Mike Tyson fight. And then he orchestrated, Kifidi did, the prosecution will allege, he orchestrated the shooting of Tupac shortly thereafter. Now, the backdrop, as I say, was the East Coast, West Coast rivalry between these rappers. And so when the shooting happened, a lot of people just assumed that it was as a result of that rivalry. They didn't think that it was something like a street gang. And now the prosecution has put something together. And because they have the video footage in the hotel of Kifidi's nephew being beaten up, there is a chance for logic to play a part that you could understand why, as a gang member, Kifidi would want to then extract revenge on the people who assaulted his nephew. But there's a far cry from logic and then being able to prove something. And I think to Alex's point, when his own defense team is saying that he's a liar and the prosecution is saying, no, what he wrote in the book is truthful, those are different sides. And again, I think you're going to fall on the side of whatever opinion you want to believe, but that's not going to be enough. In a court of law, you need the evidence. And I think the prosecution is going to be in a tough spot trying to prove something that to our eye may seem logical, but it doesn't necessarily provide the proof that you would need to convict somebody.
And Alex, you know, I was just having a think about Tupac when I was doing this story. Do for Love was one of our favourite songs growing up. My sister would also say the very same thing. But we're 30 years on. Why do you think this has just remained in the public focus and such a mystery? And a lot of people still talk about it. I mean, Snoop Dogg was good friends with Tupac. It's still a common question asked to him.
Look, I think it was the times, you know, the 90s, there was so much change happening. You know, the growth of rap was a new art form. You know, he was a young rapper full of talent. You know, he died when he was 25. And, you know, we all love, you know, a mystery. And you know, he was one of the people, many celebrities who, you know, who died too young. And there's him, there's others as well like him. But, you know, for those reasons and more, he's just stayed in the public eye really ever since.
Let's see what comes out of this trial, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Alex and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Alex, I absolutely love your story because it's about the comedian Ricky Gervais, and he's announced he's getting married to his long-term partner, but they've been together years and years and years, but it's not exactly for romantic reasons, let's put it that way.
Look, I think this is the most serious I've ever seen Ricky Gervais. You know, he's come out and he said, effectively, look, I'm not marrying for love, I'm marrying for money, which is, you know, which is fine, you know, you can put it that way. And he is worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's got a fortune of over £140 million. So again, you know, that's a lot of cash to pass on. And in the UK, you know, basically the tax laws say you can give all of this to your civil partner or to your spouse without being taxed. And it's much easier to prove that you are married than to prove you are a civil partner. So, you know, he wants to make sure that the tax man doesn't get their hands on a portion of £140 million. So, yeah, he's, you know, this is no laughing matter, to put it that way.
I think he's just really gone down the sensible route, hasn't he? But they've been together 40 years. That's a long, long, long time, more than most marriages last. But, Michael, I'm going to bring this to you because I actually don't think this is a bad idea. I think when relationships get to a certain stage and you get to a certain age, marriage is more about practicality. You know, if you look at it, they're not teenagers anymore. It's not their first love. I'm just thinking, I've never been married, but if I do ever get married, it would be for practical reasons.
Yeah, especially as you, if they've built a life together, and for 40 years, my goodness, that's an awful long time. I've been married 35 years. They've been longer together 5 more years. You know, you do make decisions that are practical, and you do stay together because you genuinely not only love the person, but you like the person. And in this particular case, you're making a wise decision based on someone that you are very compatible with and you spend an awful lot of time with. So why wouldn't you want to do what's best for this person that's been such an important part of your life for so long?
Yeah, no, I agree. Romance isn't dead. I think we should go down the practical route some of the times. I don't know. Anyway, just some of my thoughts there. But Michael, and your story is another great one because one British pub is now taking a stand against annoying customers. Can you tell us a little bit more?
So the British pub chain Wetherspoons, there are 792 of them across the UK. And what they have done is they've introduced I guess it's a rule inside all of their pubs that if you're going to be listening to music or you're going to be talking on the phone, then you have to do it with headphones. You cannot just raw dog it. You cannot be in a position where you are having a conversation with somebody else on speaker and everybody else is hearing it. And I want to read the statement a little bit tongue-in-cheek that Wetherspoon chair and founder Tim Martin said, "Wetherspoon pubs are an oasis of tranquility and contemplation." Now, I don't think any of us are believing that. But I think we all can get behind this sentiment, because we've been in coffee shops around the world where people are either watching reels, or they're on various social media platforms, or they're talking on the phone, and they're doing it as though they're at home. The volume is far too loud, and we can all hear the conversation. Now, I'll take it a step further, because what the Lib Dems did, the party in the UK last year, is that they introduced calls for a fine of up to £1,000 for anybody who, what they call, are headphone dodgers. One last piece of information to show that I think pretty much everyone agrees. There was a YouGov poll again last year in the UK where 62% of respondents said they were 100% in favor of fining people who were headphone dodgers. And I'll say this again, we've all been in this situation where there are people who are listening to or watching social media clips, or they're talking on the phone, and we're all hearing that conversation. And we would all love, maybe I'm going to speak for myself here, I would love to go up and just grab that person's phone, drop it, and then stomp on it.
Throw it. Anyway, let's bring it to you, actually, because Michael had lots of great points that I do agree with. Alex, I wouldn't say Wetherspoons was tranquil at all, but does it really frustrate you? Because I'm actually with Michael on this. There's nothing more annoying than people speaking into their phone. I call it the reality TV show. Because, you know, when you're on a reality TV, you see the thing and they're like, hello. We don't need that in real life, do we?
Look, I worked in pubs when I was in university many, many years ago.
So did I.
And
best job ever.
It is the best job ever.
Best job ever.
Even on a Friday night. So this is what I'm going to say. I'm in awe of anybody who can have a call on a speaker in a pub on a Friday evening. How do you do that? How do you manage it?
Yeah.
So
I think that's what's annoying them, because they have to shout so loud, right? It's just so invasive.
But if you're in a pub anyway, you're going to be shouting your head off in any case, especially after a couple of drinks. So, yeah, look, best to them, but they're not going to be doing it in a Wetherspoons anytime soon.
And I think that's a good idea. I'm very much like Michael. It does really irritate me because I don't care about their conversation.
No.
I don't know if you
don't
do.
Want to hear them.
Absolutely don't care. But thanks to our guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we get more on the visit to Israel by President Trump's son-in-law and peace envoy Jared Kushner, and we'll be asking a former Israeli ambassador to the United States what progress was made. And President Trump is downplaying concerns over conditions faced by U.S. servicemen and women aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. We ask, are those concerns genuine or have they been politicized? Plus, we look back at the life and the legacy of the world-renowned Brazilian photographer Humberto da Silveira, who has been laid to rest here in his home city of Riyadh. All of that to come in today's edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the visit to the Middle East by President Trump's envoy and son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Well, Kushner left Jerusalem on Monday after talks with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and talks with the Hamas leadership in Egypt the day before. This as he seeks to breathe new life into a stalled US plan to end the war in Gaza. Well, despite a ceasefire deal being reached in October, Israel has continued to carry out airstrikes and seize more territory there in Gaza. Well, last month, President Trump announced that Hamas had agreed to lay down its arms in phases. But Prime Minister Netanyahu insists that Israel will not pull back until Hamas completely disarms and all of Gaza is demilitarized. Well, we're joined now by Itamar Rabinovich, who is the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. He joins us from Jerusalem. Ambassador Rabinovich, it's great to have you with us again here on GNT. I'm sure you were following the progress. Jared Kushner was tasked with pushing ahead the stalled Gaza plan. From what you can gather, were there any breakthroughs there in Jerusalem?
No, I don't really expect breakthroughs right now. This is a very sensitive time in Israeli politics. We have the general election in late October. We had the Likud party and Netanyahu's own party primaries yesterday, just decided today. It's not a time in which Netanyahu wants to make concessions or to appear to be too mild or too soft. And then there is the endemic problem that I don't think Hamas really wants to disarm. So there's a problem here.
I mean, Hamas last month agreed to the new US-backed 15-point roadmap. I mean, doesn't it look to you, some are saying Hamas looks more cooperative than Israel at this stage? How would you respond to that?
They might, but you always have to distinguish between a verbal statement of agreeing, accepting, and the actual implementation. And, you know, we've known Hamas for quite some time now. We know that there's always a discrepancy between rhetoric and action. I would like to see them disarm genuinely before I accept the statement as a virtual fact.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Jared Kushner and Benjamin Netanyahu. Kushner is, of course, 45 years old. Netanyahu is 30 years his senior. But in that relationship, who is the senior figure? Who has the upper hand?
Well, it's not so much an upper hand because sometimes they work together, they complement one another if they share the same perspective. For instance, when the idea was to try to end the hostage issue, they worked together and worked together effectively. Right now, the interests do not fully overlap. Now, perhaps in just personal terms, Netanyahu can deal with Kushner, but Kushner, of course, represents the president. He represents Donald Trump. And the last thing on earth that Netanyahu needs right now is a very critical or hostile Donald Trump. So he always has to bear that in mind.
Right, and Jared Kushner is also flanked by the Board of Peace, which contains and consists of some senior statesmen and women. I mean, doesn't that pose a problem as well to Netanyahu? Perhaps not so difficult to say no to one person, but to an entire board of seasoned statespeople. That's a difficult thing for Netanyahu to handle, isn't it?
Yes, but first of all, this is not a very coherent group. It has yet to be tested, and it's one of several groups, several organizations that need to work. There is the Board of Peace. There is the somewhat amorphic entity that should represent the new Palestinian administrative and, to some extent, political power to take power away from Hamas, because Hamas, again, at least nominally, is willing to hand over political power, and it wants to retain armed power indirectly, very much like Hezbollah in Lebanon. They are the Arab countries. All of that, there are, of course, Turkey and Qatar, the two sponsors of Hamas. Very complicated and complex picture and a lot of maneuverability here.
I mean, it's quite interesting looking at President Trump's attitude to sort of established allies, and I'm thinking of European allies, I was thinking of South Korea, and how when President Trump loses patience, he can switch sides. And we've seen that with the Koreas, we've seen that with Ukraine. If Hamas looks cooperative and Netanyahu does not, there's a danger, isn't there, that President Trump is going to switch, and that's going to pose an even greater problem for Netanyahu, isn't it?
That's true, and of course, since the Iran war, the relationship between the two, that is to say Netanyahu and Trump, is not the same, because they were partners in an unsuccessful war. And there is a feeling that Netanyahu and his people presented Trump with a misleading picture of and a plan to topple the Iranian regime. And there is a lot of anger or grudge here on Trump's side. At the same time, he needs Netanyahu, because the bigger picture is not Hamas. The bigger picture still is Iran. Israel is an essential ally against Iran. This is where the refueling is done. This is where some of the American sorties now come out against Iran. So, and in that regard, Israel is a very dependable ally, and that has to be taken into account. In the bigger picture, the Iran issue is more important than the Hamas issue.
And all the while, as we were saying earlier on, I mean, Kushner has been talking to Hamas. There have been 2 known meetings. I say known because there may have been others that haven't been reported, between Kushner and the Hamas leadership. How do you think that's viewed by Israel? Do you think it's rung alarm bells?
It does, because you know, there's a sense that at some point President Trump and his administration will try not to just solve the Gaza issue, but to try to solve the larger Palestinian question, to force a negotiation, try to seek maybe as far as a 2-state solution, which seems imaginary at this point, but in the next 2 years may not remain on paper and could become a live issue. And then the question is, what would the PLO look like? Still dominated by the Fatah, or also including Hamas? Hamas very much wants to join the PLO and try to take it from within, because the Palestinian Authority is very unpopular, very weak, needs to undergo its own reform. And in that regard, in the bigger picture, there's a question of Hamas's role in the future structure of Palestinian politics.
One of the things that President Trump's administration, notably his vice president, have pointed out is just how isolated Israel looks internationally. I mean, Israel's friends could almost be counted on one hand. I mean, the United States being the traditional #1 ally, and even there's been tensions. A couple of allies perhaps in Latin America, and beyond that, not too many visible allies. And when you look at Israel's conduct in the West Bank, where of course there isn't any Hamas, it's not difficult to imagine Israel becoming even more isolated. Does that worry you?
It does. I make no secret of the fact that I and others are critical of the Israeli government and its conduct, including in the West Bank. And the Israeli public will be called to make a decision whether it wants to see this government and its policies continue, or whether it would like to give the opposition a chance and a much milder approach to the Palestinian issue and in general to foreign policy and to regional policy.
Yeah, and I mean, there must be a lot of questions being asked whether comments like the comments made by the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, are at all helpful. And I'm wondering whether there's a lot of controversy and soul-searching when he makes comments along the lines of the Palestinians don't have the right to live and that Israel should be killing between 30 and 40 every night. How did those comments go down?
There is, and actually, if you look at the polls in Israeli politics, the polls give the alternative, the opposition, a majority. Now, of course, there is a relatively long time between now and October 27. A lot could happen. Netanyahu is known to be a masterful politician and a very effective conductor of election and strategy. So nothing is to be taken for granted. But if you were to assume that the the polls today give a somewhat precise picture of what could happen in October, there will be a change in Israeli politics and policies.
It's a tough one for Netanyahu. I mean, the calculations in his mind are, it's incredibly difficult to speculate how he's weighing all of this up. But it looks like his strategy is no concessions until the elections happen, which is in 10 weeks from now. I mean, that's not going to be acceptable to Washington, is it?
I think Washington is tolerant, but Washington needs to run a policy. It doesn't want the situation in Gaza to get out of hand. The Trump administration thinks that the ceasefire arranged in Gaza was one of its major foreign policy achievements, and I think it will not tolerate a collapse of the situation in Gaza. And if need be, they will exert pressure on Netanyahu. One thing that Netanyahu would not want to demonstrate to the Israeli public before the election is that he lost one of his major claims to fame, a great relationship with the President of the United States.
How differently do you think other potential front-runners in the October elections, how different do you think their handling of this Gaza dossier will be from that of Netanyahu?
They are quite vague. I mean, the leading person in the opposition, the man most likely to win the election and possibly form the next government, is Gadi Eisenkot. He's much more pragmatic and milder than Netanyahu. But I think wisely, he's not specific about policy issues because he would then open himself to criticism, to dissension. And when you run in an election like this, you want to broadcast a general line, but not to get into specifics.
Okay. I mean, what do you make of that fairly simplistic equation that if Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't win this election, he goes to jail? Do you think that's oversimplified?
No, I don't think that's a bit simplistic. He doesn't have to go to jail. The Israeli public and the justice system do not want to see him go to jail. He can make a deal very swiftly if he chooses to, but he would have to admit guilt. And he can only get a pardon. He cannot get an abrogation of his legal case. And you only get a pardon when you are found guilty or when you plead guilty. Then you can bid for pardon. He will not have to go to jail, but he will have to be out of politics for 7 years. Given his age, this will be it.
I mean, do you think the general feeling is in Israel that the country is safer as a result of Netanyahu and that he deserves another term as prime minister, or do you think it's more the opposite that could be said of him?
Right. Listen, he was the prime minister on October 7, our greatest disaster in the history of the state. He refuses to take responsibility. The public does want him to take responsibility. One of the main slogans of the opposition is, we want an independent state inquiry in order to find guilt and assign blame, and Netanyahu refuses to do that. So that's one of the major points of controversy in the coming election.
And you've said earlier that you think the idea of a Palestinian state being created is looking extremely remote. I mean, do you not see that as being the eventual conclusion to this this plan of President Trump?
Not necessarily. Many Israelis think that if Israel is to remain Jewish and democratic, there has to be a separation and there has to be a Palestinian state next to Israel. It's not very feasible now. The Israeli public, of course, after the atrocities of October 7, has very strong negative feelings with regard to the Palestinians in general. It's very hawkish right now, but these things come and go. So we are not looking at something that will necessarily happen soon, but in the longer range, I think there is nothing that Israel's future would accept less than a separation between us and the Palestinians.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, President Trump is downplaying concerns over the conditions faced by U.S. servicemen and women aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Well, some 5,000 sailors and Marines have been aboard that aircraft carrier for close to 9 months, and they have not had a port call for more than 200 days. Well, the families of some of those service members aboard the Abraham Lincoln haven't just been expressing anger about the lengthy absence of their loved ones. They're also angered at reports of the conditions aboard that vessel. Well, when asked about whether families are indeed worried, President Trump told reporters on Friday, no, they are not. Well, we're joined now by Rachel E. Van Landingham, a lieutenant colonel and a national security law expert, former active duty judge advocate in the U.S. Air Force, and a professor of law at Southwestern Law School. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us from Los Angeles. I want to start by asking you, I mean, it's been 9 months that those personnel have been at sea, more than 200 days without a port call. What's your understanding of the current conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln?
Well, as we've had senators and representatives in Congress writing to the administration to express, they've been deplorable based on, gross mismanagement and lack of logistical support. Everything from clogged toilets to care packages from home not getting there, terrible conditions of food. The morale has been so bad that at least one sailor has apparently attempted suicide by trying to jump off the Abraham Lincoln. So it really speaks to a greater mismanagement and very poor planning of this armed conflict to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, everyone watching will be aware of the term cabin fever, and I think therein is an example of it. I mean, I can imagine quite cramped conditions, plus the hardship of being separated from family with no port calls, and not to mention the fact that these are active service personnel who've been facing danger. And on this issue of, quote, deteriorating mental health, which is one of the things that's been flagged up in the reports, what's the specific concern there?
Well, I think it's the fact that there's a contract between the military and the service members that volunteered to serve in and understand that they're going to be deployed in austere conditions. But that contract means, look, we're going to give you decent, fresh food because we've planned for this. We're going to ensure that you have contact with loved ones at home. Their care packages are going to get there. Third, we're going to assure you that you are fighting a good war, a war that's lawful, a war that has clear strategic objectives, and it's one that's in the best interest of the U.S. people, and it's one that the U.S. people actually support. The service members aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln are not getting any of that. And Tom, I want to highlight, this is not a unique situation to the Abraham Lincoln. There have been multiple reports from Navy personnel, from vessels from the Persian Gulf, from April of deteriorating conditions that really show a lack of logistical support that is unlike the logistical support for the long wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So the military knows how to do this. So the fact that they haven't been able to do it really speaks to deep mismanagement, deep dysfunction within Secretary Hegseth's Pentagon.
I mean, when asked whether or not the families of those service personnel are worried, President Trump said on Friday, no, they're not. And other people are saying, yes, they are. Which is it?
President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have a long history of gaslighting the American people, and it's grossly offensive for him to tell those service members' families who know directly from the service members themselves that their conditions are deplorable, that it's in their head. It really is offensive, and it shows, again, a desire to avoid accountability, to deny, deflect, to gaslight, and lie to the American people. And it underscores why this administration really needs to lose badly at the polls this November.
Okay, I mean, it's been reported that some relief might be on the way in the form of another aircraft carrier that can presumably take over some of the duties and perhaps pave the way for a port call. I mean, what would you like to see done to address the concerns that you've outlined?
Well, the concerns go to a much greater issue, and that is the dangerous crossroads and strategic stalemate that the United States faces in its war of choice, its unlawful war of choice against Iran. We just had the MOU expire, the Memorandum of Understanding, which set a 60-day timeline to start more detailed negotiations about nuclear weapons, about the control of the Strait of Hormuz, et cetera. We already saw the ceasefire component fall apart weeks ago in early July. And so until the U.S. citizens are assured that this administration is taking care of its service members and taking care of U.S. national security by ending a badly bungled war of choice that it started, that placed the world and the United States in a less safe position. I think these problems are going to continue, and the problems in the USS Abraham Lincoln simply are one manifestation of greater just corruption and poor management at the top.
I mean, President Trump was asked whether deployments had gone on for too long, and his answer was not nearly long enough. And I'm wondering whether it sounds to you like this issue has been taken on board by his administration, and whether there's a chance those personnel will be coming home or be given a port call anytime soon. And as an extension of that, what's the longest anyone can reasonably spend at sea without a port call?
I don't know how long they could if they absolutely had to, but the issue here is they didn't have to. This is an issue of a war that was rushed into, as we can see by the fact that that the munitions have been badly depleted. We still see no accountability, no report of investigation into the over 120 little girls and their teachers that were killed by a U.S. Tomahawk missile in the onset of this war. Of course, that these service members could stay out longer if they had to, but they don't have to. I do think they're going to be replaced, but again, and relatively soon, because there has been pressure behind the scenes, despite the offensive gaslighting by President Trump. The fact that this president, who's never served a day in uniform and avoided his service during the Vietnam War, has said that it's not long enough is deeply reflective of his absolute disdain for individuals that actually serve in uniform. However, he's a lame duck president. He's not running for re-election again, so this is deeply hurting his own Republican Party, and it doesn't hurt him, and he really doesn't seem to care about the effects of what he says. But the American people care, and the American people, at its core, the American people come together in its support, and currently in its support for those who serve in uniform. So by discounting and disdaining and offensively and contemptuously treating those service members that are serving in the Iran war right now, really is a shocking symbol of this administration's misunderstanding of how to govern.
And just drawing on your own experience, because of course you have spent time in uniform, you're a retired US Lieutenant Colonel. Do you think being on board for such a long time on a ship without sort of access to the outside world will have an effect on not just morale, but from a more practical point of view, the combat readiness of those people aboard?
Well, I believe in the consummate professionalism of those who are serving currently, even those who are serving in such conditions. But absolutely, I mean, there are research studies after research studies and just common sense to show that when individuals are incredibly tired, when they're exhausted, and when they're not taken care of, when the contract between the military and its service members seems to have been broken, of course, there's the risk that operational effectiveness is going to degrade. And again, this is not just the USS Abraham Lincoln. There are thousands of others of U.S. service members that are serving in the Persian Gulf arena. And we have service members that have not been properly protected from drone and missile strikes, who are serving, landside in places like Kuwait and Jordan. We've had service members killed because of the vulnerable position they were put in by this administration. This administration has put our service members in harm's way without doing everything reasonably feasible to protect them. So this, again, goes much farther than just the Abraham Lincoln, as deplorable as the treatment of those service members has been.
Colonel Van Lenningen, I've heard you give a pretty scathing assessment a little earlier on in our conversation of Pete Hegseth's handling of the defence portfolio. I mean, we had a guest yesterday who also is a retired active service personnel officer, and he said that the whole issue of the conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have been entirely politicized, he said. And this is just people who don't like President Trump, and they'll do anything they can to criticize him. How would you respond to a comment like that? Because I'm sure lots of people, are particularly on the political right, will be making comments like that.
Sure. I think, most things have been politicized in today's very hyper-political, polarized arena. However, you look at what I look at are the service members' families. The vast majority of service members' families, in polling and research shows that typically support the current administration. They're the ones speaking out. They have nothing to lose here. They have no incentive to lie. They have no. So we have to look at what the actual facts are. The facts are that we've had at least one service member try to jump off a moving aircraft carrier in an apparent suicide attempt. The facts are that we had another carrier experience a fire. There was earlier on during the Iran war. Another fact that we had another naval vessel that apparently was lost power for over 3 days and was adrift in the Persian Gulf and had to be towed back in to a port call. So, and we have dead service members. We have, over 13 U.S. service members who have lost their lives in drone and missile attacks. We've had, hundreds of service members that are injured. We have a Pentagon that apparently is shifting numbers and changing numbers on how many casualties American service members have sacrificed themselves for this country. We have an administration that has not demonstrated accountability for their decisions, has not assured the American people that it's doing everything it can to take care of the service members who have volunteered to defend the United States. And so, again, you can say it's been politicized, sure, but I think that's obfuscation and deflecting from the clear facts at hand that if we're in this war, and we're going to be in this war for a long time, perhaps the administration needs to have better leadership at the Pentagon. But instead, it seems to just have political sycophants who are Secretary Hegseth was a failed major. He didn't advance past the rank of major, and yet he's running the world's largest and most professional military. And this is the result when you have such lack of experience and good decision making.
I mean, there will be those who are watching saying the United States is at war with an adversary. Time to put political differences to one side and rally behind the president and support the United States and its war effort. I mean, how would you counter that argument?
I would counter that argument that we're a constitutional democracy, and that constitutional democracy gives the power to go to war to Congress. And why? Because the founding fathers said Congress is most responsive to the American people. And the American people, over 60% of the American people, do not support this war. Congress was never consulted. Congress did not authorize this war. It was an unlawful war from the inception, both on the international stage and on the domestic stage. And if we're just going to put differences aside and support an unlawful war, that means we're no longer a constitutional democracy. And I would also like to point out that does not excuse Iran's behavior. Iran has demonstrated a desire to develop and retain a nuclear capability and has threatened the state of Israel and has threatened its neighbors, has sponsored terrorism around the globe for decades. That does not change the fact that this is an unlawful war that the American people does not support, and it's being conducted in a way that is grossly offensive to the U.S. service members who didn't volunteer to go to war in Iran. They volunteered to serve the Constitution, and the Constitution was violated in this war of choice. So I think it's a much more complex issue than saying, let's just band together and rally around the flag. Now, how about rallying around the service members who are actually the ones paying the greatest price in this war by taking care of them and ensuring there's good strategic management of this war? And how about getting out of this war of choice that the United States people do not support?
Let me draw on some of your other expertise, as a legal professor. And you've mentioned a couple of your legal concerns already in this conversation, and I've read about them as well in some of the articles that you've penned. In one in particular, you cite the Geneva Convention. And I wonder what your particular concern is there with regards to legality and the Geneva Convention and this war.
Sure. So, I mean, there's actually 4 Geneva Conventions, 2 additional protocols, but they really represent the laws governing the actual conduct of war, putting aside the illegality of actually going to war in the first place. So one of my greatest concerns right now is the U.S. blockade of Iran. A blockade is a lawful tactic under the law of war once there's an international armed conflict. However, it has to have military objectives. Trying to strangle the Iranian people themselves, the civilians within Iran, putting the harm on the Iranian people themselves, who are not in charge of Iran, right? The Iranian regime has killed thousands of its own people. It doesn't care about its own people. So this blockade really is putting the economic pressure at some point, it seems that it's shifting it to the Iranian people and not aimed clearly and discreetly at a military objective. So I do have concerns under the broader law of war, the international humanitarian law regarding the blockade. Number two, we still haven't seen the United States accept any kind of accountability or responsibility for its killing again of over 120 Iranian girls in a badly bungled strike at the beginning of the war. So the continued rhetoric by President Trump that has occurred throughout this war of going after civilian power plants, going after bridges, going after other civilian infrastructure really raises deep concerns that, again, the United States not only would be fighting an unlawful war, but would be fighting in an unlawful way. So far, it seems that the vast majority of strikes have been at legitimate, lawful military objectives. Even some civilian infrastructure at some point can become a lawful military objective, but it has to be through a nuanced targeting process. And what the administration under Secretary Hegseth at the Pentagon has done to additionally undermine the faith that our U.S. military is engaging in the best processes to reduce the impact on the Iranian civilians is that it's completely gutted, according to its own inspector general. It's completely gutted its own civilian protection plans, civilian protection processes. It's terminated various positions, over 90% of the positions that were put in place at the request of the military, working with Congress, working within the Department of Defense, in order to ensure that civilians are not targeted and that the harm on civilians is mitigated, because no U.S. service member wants to harm Iranian civilians. And yet when the Secretary Hegseth pulls a rug out from underneath the actual processes that have been institutionalized and have been studied for years now, that just raises the risk that civilians are going to be harmed. And that goes back to what we started this conversation with, Tom, that is the mental health of service members, the moral injury of service members, knowing that the intelligence was stale that they were relying on to launch that Tomahawk missile that killed little girls, killed children, over 100 little girls. These service members have their own kids at home, many of them. And so the fact that they may not be able to rely on the actual processes because of the poor leadership at the Pentagon does do moral injury to our service members, and they deserve far better than that.
I mean, President Trump is currently saying that no conversations are taking place with Iran, none are scheduled to take place. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz remains in full force, he says. I mean, it doesn't look like we're any closer, does it, to any kind of a resolution? I mean, what is the plan to end this conflict, do you think?
I don't think this administration has any plan. That's very obvious. They don't have any kind of professional negotiators. The president's been relying on real estate magnates and his own son-in-law, not individuals that are actually steeped in the art and science of negotiation, that are actually steeped in the deep history and cultural understandings of Iran and its current regime. In fact, we had President Trump yesterday threatening to bomb an ally. I mean, the memorandum of understanding actually had a paragraph that said Oman would help negotiate with Iran, that would serve as a middleman, so to speak, to help negotiate the control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so Oman is struggling, having to deal with a very radical regime, a regime in Iran that's more radical now because of the U.S. onslaught. And now President Trump, because he doesn't like the trajectory of those negotiations, is threatening to bomb Oman. I mean, it really shows, a lack of any kind of planning, a lack of any kind of just understanding of international relations, and he's really doing damage to U.S. credibility, and he's doing damage to his own party's poll numbers here in the United States. The U.S. citizens are looking at this and going, "What in the world is going on?" So and Trump has actually threatened and said he's pulling out of some of the exercises that I actually participated in, years ago in South Korea, seemingly the military exercise of South Korea, seemingly because of South Korea's reticence to support the U.S. in its war of choice against Iran. So President Trump is lashing out at allies. He's making national security of the United States weaker and really demonstrating a lack of any kind of plan. And we are at a strategic stalemate. We're at crossroads. So I think it's going to be the pressure from our Gulf allies on the administration, and the Gulf allies who are trying to work with Iran behind the scenes to reach some kind of resolution here, some kind of olive branch that President Trump can actually claim victory with. But it really seems a far cry from today.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I mean, this conflict has strained alliances with traditional allies, not just South Korea, but many others, because no other country has joined in and come to the aid of the United States. And I'm wondering whether in the ranks of former colleagues of yours in the military, and we've certainly heard it from veteran diplomats and veteran senior military officials, an element of told you so here. I mean, people who said President Trump should have listened to the in-house expertise he had, which was a resounding sort of do not get engaged in this way with Iran. I mean, do you think there is quite a lot of told you so doing the rounds right now?
Sure, but it doesn't make me happy whatsoever to even say that or even go there. Because look, I mean, Iran did, numerous times claim to pose an existential threat to Israel. It has sponsored terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, that have killed and injured and hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, and undermined regional stability in the Middle East with worldwide global implications. So Iran is a bad actor, and it would be great to see. And Iran killed thousands of its own people, has imprisoned thousands of political prisoners over the decades in Evian prison in Tehran. It's awful. However, if we're going to go to war to make Iran better and make it a responsible member of the international community and respectful of its own people, we better have a damn good plan to do so. And that's what was missing here, and that was obvious from the start. I wish it would have worked. It would have been great if it had worked. It was very clear it wasn't going to, and now the world is in a worse place than it was at the end of February before the bombing started. The Iranian people are in a worse place now than they were at the beginning of this war. However, Tom, I do want to point out Iran needs things. I mean, Iran is suffering greatly economically. I mean, part of that MOU was included reparations, included sanctions relief, including unfreezing of its assets, of its tremendous foreign assets that have been frozen for decades now by the United States. So, I mean, it has things that it wants as well. If the United States had adept negotiators, it could help. Work on and use those bargaining chips. And so it's not like the United States doesn't have any bargaining chips here whatsoever, but it doesn't seem to know how to use them.
Thank you so much, madam. And finally, it's been announced that the world-renowned Brazilian photographer Humberto da Silveira has died at his home here in Riyadh. Well, the late photographer lived here in Saudi Arabia for more than 4 decades. And during those years, he captured countless images of the kingdom's people, landscapes, and architecture. Da Silveira covered the biographies of Saudi Arabia's kings and led other significant projects in collaboration with the King Abdulaziz Public Library. Well, he was laid to rest on Monday following a funeral which was presided over by His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person because he, at one hand, he was very private and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world. But he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people, and very important people. And he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private, but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years, and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85, or around 85, to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, you know, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing the kingdom's transformation from, you know, 1980s to where it is today. What do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything. And he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, you know, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Umberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior, I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Umberto, made him very popular, and he did develop this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wonder if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Umberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
What was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography was what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that you know, made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Shoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. As always, you can see all our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. But until tomorrow, bye-bye.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है। महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है।
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
ठीक है राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men try to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement, they work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. The Gulabi gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks. And I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the central market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is Talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years, it's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, They took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
संपरपाल गुलाबी गैंग की संपरपाल ही तो हमारी मदद किया मैंने रिपोर्ट कराया
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
आ जाती हैं दीदी आ जाती हैं संपतपाल ने आ जाती हैं
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5-mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang has its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. and so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the, we can say, policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal. Now, today we're looking at Zoom, which is the world's top video conferencing platform by market share. And of course, it's a company that exploded to fame during the 2020 work-from-home era. Well, now Zoom has just doubled down on Saudi Arabia with the recent opening of its third data center in the kingdom, building on a $75 million investment pledged last year. All of this comes as Saudi Arabia crosses the mid-year mark on the Year of AI. Well, homegrown Humane is actively working towards AI computing, while AWS and Microsoft are racing to build cloud servers. Well, today, Zoom is also more than just a virtual meeting app. It now has an AI layer, which is promising to boost productivity across tasks. Well, here to discuss all of this is Mohammed Al-Kalash, who is Zoom's Vice President for the Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Pakistan. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Really appreciate it. Perhaps you could just start by telling our viewers what the scale and scope of Zoom's operations are here in Saudi Arabia.
Hi, Tom, and thank you for having me today. I'm super excited to share this with all audience. We have a lot of operations coming up in Saudi. We got our regional headquarters licenses from CST, which is Communication, Space, and Technology Commission. And we have done 3 data centers locally that it's fully operated. And from operation that we have invested, as you mentioned, $75 million, which is exceeding 300 million riyals, in multiple things, which is the local data centers to support the data sovereignty and to go with the flow with the Vision 2030 of Kingdom of Saudi. And we do invested in our local talents, which is starting with myself and across the team. And now we are having a very big operations when it comes to support the Zoom vision in Saudi Arabia. Luckily that everyone knows Zoom from pandemic, and thank you for the introduction. Now we are becoming more into an AI-first platform that it helps into communication and collaboration. And we are investing so much in building the capabilities from within and empowering Saudi Arabia communication and collaboration from Zoom to have even the AI piece that to be empowered and powered by the local data centers that we do have now.
Okay, you give me lots of things to think about there and lots of things I'll be following up on. You were an early entrant into this market, Zoom. You've made Saudi Arabia a priority for some time. I mean, why is Saudi Arabia such a priority market then?
Let me take you through a very short story how it started. It started with the announcement of His Royal Highness that all technology hubs that needs to be in Saudi Arabia to empower Saudi vision that to be the technology hub across the region. And in 2023, during LEAP, that Mr. Amin al-Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, he announced the partnership with Zoom globally and in Saudi Arabia. And since then, that we do have a great partnership with Aramco to build these own capabilities to be powered and localized through Activa project. And alhamdulillah, that we have done so many stuff to be in the local market to support this vision. As of today, that we have this partnership, we are taking it into the next level. We have the partnership with the government as well, with MCIT for sure, the Ministry of Communication and IT, Ministry of Investment, CST, and DGA. And recently that we have announced about the launch of the third data center in Saudi Arabia under the patronage of His Excellency, the Governor of DGA and the Digital Government Authority.
Okay. So, I mean, I wanted to ask you, I mean, clearly, I said in the introduction, you know, you're, by market share, you're the leading video conferencing platform in the world. Can the same be said of Saudi Arabia and for the Middle East region as well?
Unfortunately, we don't have an accurate statistics when it comes to the local market. Globally, as you mentioned, that we are leading by 55% market share when it comes to video conferencing. Now we are offering more than video conferencing. Everybody knows Zoom as a video conferencing platform. Now we are going into the unified communication and the contact center business. We are leading. We are having a lot of, many users are adopting our technology. And luckily that we have a big partnerships with enterprises and government sectors. And inshallah, very soon that we're going to announce about big announcement when it comes to government and enterprises.
Tell us about AI and how AI is important to Zoom's next chapter. In what ways, in what capacity is AI going to be playing an important role for Zoom?
That's a very good question. AI started as generative AI, right? It's a conversational AI, like ChatGPT and other platforms that we know. From Zoom, that we were early adopter when we put the summarization, translations, and this stuff to be part of the communication when it comes. Since that we are moving from a video conferencing and we want to be the AI first platform, that we are putting the communication, collaboration, and innovation. AI is the heart of it. It's at the center of all platforms that we are offering. So everything that we are moving from this conversational AI into converting these actions or data into actionable information. So just imagine with me, if we are having a meeting or a call or even an agent that is receiving a call from a customer, that we can transform this into action. How come? That we can take notes, and these notes can be generating reports through Zoom Canvas, or it can be like integrating through that I want to call you next week. It will create in your calendar a new meeting with a link of Zoom, and then it will remind you how to do it. Definitely that the action points, the notes, the tasks, every single thing, it has to be through this AI that powered your environment. So basically what we are doing, that we are moving from a simple video conferencing platform into taking the whole next level into the action of your life when it comes to work. So this is where that we are AI is empowering our platform.
So a lot of the admin, a lot of the hassle, a lot of that sort of back office stuff, people taking the minutes, people having to do translations. I mean, basically, Zoom is creating itself as a one-stop shop that takes away all of those headaches.
Exactly. Now, from this conversational AI, we are taking it now into the workflow AI, which is it can integrate and it can work with other systems. And now that we are talking about the agentic AI, that how can AI understand the goal-oriented, to be a goal-oriented in your workflow and understand what you want to achieve and objectives of the company or your job, and it will help you to function it as is. So our goal here, it's not to replace people when it comes to AI. We want to empower people to do their job with a creative and functional, and to be more effective at their job. So we are putting AI to work for you. It's not like replacing you. And this is where that we are getting a lot of very positive feedbacks when it comes from our customers.
Okay, that makes really good sense, because some people might be wondering, how do you integrate AI into a video conferencing platform? And you've just spelt it out for us there. Saudi Arabia obviously has invested heavily in AI infrastructure. Has that helped you, and has that made the process of expanding your business here in Saudi Arabia all the more straightforward, all the more attractive?
Definitely, because what we have done and with the support of MCIT and CST, that we have been able to get our GPUs to be in Saudi Arabia. So our AI is locally hosted, which means that we are complying with the data sovereignty, data residency, and every single framework that we need to be complying with, SAMA or Central Bank, Aramco, NCA, and other platforms that we need to comply with. And customers, they want to feel that it's a secure platform, that we can work with it because it's complying with and aligning with the Vision 2030. So from a compliance point of view, we have the check mark there. And from a platform perspective, we are leading by far when it comes to experience. And we do offering the video conferencing, spaces, telephony, productivity, employee engagement, employee customer experience as well. And we were talking about the webinars and video streaming when it comes to events. All of this that comes together. And one of the main things that we are helping even companies to grow with our revenue accelerator. We have a revenue accelerator even that it's locally hosted, that it can help customers and even partners to generate more revenue to themselves.
Okay, so I mean, it looks like there are still lots of different directions that you can take Zoom in. I mean, anything you can share with us on the sort of the direction, any gaps in the market that you think in the years ahead are going to be filled by Zoom?
Definitely, that we are putting a lot of focus when it comes to customer experience. I think that we are redefining how things are pre-integrated together so we can support customers with the best customer experience when it comes to facilitate the isolated islands that they do have. And at the end, the customer and even the new generation, that they want to have a one unified experience. I don't need to chase the organization or the company that I'm working with. So what we are doing here and using AI, the power of AI, that it can help your customers basically, to have fine, unified platform that it can help you with video conferencing, opening tickets, calling backs, taking notes, creating reports, as well as that creating reminders for you and for your customer, and making sure at the end that the customer satisfaction, which is the net present satisfaction and the CSAT, that it comes the way that you want or expecting.
I mean, tech's a really tough market in many ways, because you think about some of the names that have dominated that can be, like you, number one in terms of market share today and almost forgotten tomorrow. And, BlackBerry, Nokia, two names that spring to mind, although they have in both cases bounced back in different ways. So clearly staying ahead is really important. Skype clearly didn't stay ahead, but you've got to stay ahead. What would you say is the biggest threat to you staying ahead in this game?
Basically, I think that Zoom has evolved massively from 2020 till today. We are talking about 6 years old, right? And 6 years ago, Zoom used to be a video conferencing company. Now we are talking about a very big platform. How to be more open to integrate with others. How can you work with others? This is where that you can survive and you can work with other with other platforms. I think customers now, they are looking into having the best of breed. They want to have the best experience ever. The standards are becoming higher. 10 years ago, I would say the one-stop shop, it was the trend, that to go only to one vendor, that it can support you with whatever that you want. Even if you are accepting the experience 50-50, it's okay. But now, since everybody moved into digital sphere and digital era, they want the best of, basically they want things works, right? And this is where Zoom gets in the unified communication as a service and the contact center business, that this is what we do, this is our bread and butter, and this is where that we are putting our R&D investments. So we are always ahead of the game, we are always releasing new features, we are always that we are putting the race differently. And the market share says it all, 55% globally. We are having 300 million users every single day using our platform. This is
including us, I should add. Here at Al Arabiya, we're very dependent on Zoom for lots of things. Not least,
I have seen it, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you.
Not least the interviews that we're doing. I mean, clearly, threats are also opportunities, and there are threats out there for every business, but in your sector will be things like cybersecurity, deep fakes. I mean, do you think part of staying ahead in this game is proving that you are ahead of those threats?
We do integrate with a lot of cybersecurity platforms, and as I mentioned at the beginning, that we have the data residency and the check marks of every single compliance sheet that it needs to be there. So from cybersecurity perspective, I think that we are very, very advanced, and we are open to integrate with any platform that you do have. So there is, especially in the Gulf region, there is a lot of government initiatives when it comes to cybersecurity, like a local OTPs, a local multi-factor authentication that we can integrate with it easily.
And just lastly, I want to ask you a bit about talent. Obviously, Saudiization, something we talk about a lot on this program. I gather you've got 25 staff as things stand right now. You're planning to hire more. Just tell us how the future looks with regards to staffing numbers, and very interesting where they're from.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah that almost that we are opening new openings every month. As of today that we are 25 plus to 30. I don't have the exact number, but by the end of the year that we're supposed to reach 40 plus. Our Saudiization rate is 85%. We're focusing on the local talents big time. And we are heading to have more operations, as much as that signing up more great partnerships with the government and the enterprises, just to support our vision here. We are having a very good example with Aramco. We have done a very, very great partnership, and we are supporting and delivering the service to Aramco and now Aramco affiliates. And we are having a very great news that in the coming soon, we have a partnership with now PIF, we have with the government that we're going to announce something very soon as well. So we have spent almost the past 24 months focusing on putting the bases and the basics of Zoom to be delivering on the coming long-term relationship. So Saudi Arabia is not a market that we want to serve, that we want to have a long-term relationship with. We want to serve government and enterprise and have this long-term partnership for the coming at least 10 to 15 years.
And given that this is a country with such a young population, a tech-savvy population, it's a country where there is this top-down initiative to invest heavily in AI, in tech. Does that mean you're finding with ease the kind of talent that you need in this market?
We do. And one of the things that we are getting the big support, because the young generation and now the government is being very agile, that they want to have the new trends. So we are talking more now about virtual branches, virtual clinics, virtual hospitals, virtual classrooms, and even from perspective of delivery, that the application that they want to deliver either food, gaming, industry, sports, many activities that we are doing, and even the central government services. Everyone wants to talk to somebody, can see or can feel the experience. And this is where Zoom comes into the picture, that from virtual branches or virtual offices that we can support fully, from virtual healthcare that I think we are the dominant in the healthcare sector now in Saudi, because if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on the numbers, I think 80% plus of the current applications are using Zoom. We are having the education sector is basically, this is where that we flourish globally. 48 out of 50 universities in US are using Zoom and utilizing Zoom platforms. I don't have an accurate information about Saudi yet, but maybe next time that we will be more ready with the local information about statistics. And we are having now the central government, how can I talk to agents, how the agents can talk to me. People got bored of waiting for 15, 20 minutes under IVR, right, the contact center or the call center. They want to talk to somebody who can see and can interact with it. And this is where AI it helps, that we can use our avatars, our agentic AIs. How can we take this into virtual experience, that it will be full experience with the virtual agents? So you can basically interact with someone that you don't even notice that it's not a human.
Okay.
And this is where that AI piece that is coming.
Well, it sounds like a very exciting journey ahead of you all at Zoom, and we wish you the best with that. We're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Mohammed Al-Kalash, the Vice President for the Middle East for Zoom. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for hosting me and for your time.
The Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations. Welcome, Mahmoud, at Al Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was, of course, no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Mohammed Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and in Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al-Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee, when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives a stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Dahir al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Dahir al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Dahir al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Dahir al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Dahir al-Umar, Dahir al-Dahir, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first 4 children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Dahir al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Safed to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Safed to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other 4 children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it. And so it has conflict, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land, and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Zahir al-Omar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but, for example, inject bacteria into the earth, augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait, and I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca, so we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran, and I entered Kuwait during the liberation, and this is where I met my wife, Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. But I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Oman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation, and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986, in 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes. Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Mohammed, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal. Some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister, Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister, Ghada Hadid Herndon, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother, Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hyatt. So this is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi. And this is Gigi, my apology. Bella, you'll see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, between my family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Umar Zaydani. So we have cultural heritage within us. So we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past, who we invited into our homes. And I always asked my mother, why don't you tell me about this? She said, we didn't want you to hate. So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness, for them to know that they have done something good for the world, and but in fact it turned on them. In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth, and my mother came back to our home in Safad, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, we don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain. And therefore, I want to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They knew about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on the Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it, and without really pushing them, they loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset, but it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers, huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million. Not because of anything. They shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice ourselves to put our conflict on stage for people to see reality. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. You know, we know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries? And how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. You know, I do non-disclosure agreements with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. When I do things around there, I keep it very private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past. But these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world, because it's my. I mean, I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979. Major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt, residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent, and if I have left, I'm getting older. So I want to share what I've done. Of course, most of my work was in America, and in Athens, and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was I used I had a Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in because I couldn't be with the Austrian team when all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Weber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them, and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed, I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today? And what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this, and I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, and all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I have done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, I don't know why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family background, our homes in Safed and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back. and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing, and they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything. Really, truthfully, they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we're all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business. So we're three, my sister, my mother, and I. We work together, and she is an Irish American. So she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style, I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta, so Hariye, and I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, it's here somewhere, here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Muhammad. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with living well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, you know, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, you know, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
To hashtags, following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great comments.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.